stop sign enforcement cameras at 5 locations in the city right-of-way, the southwest corner of Edgewood Road and 52nd Place in Hollywood, the northeast corner of St. Andrews Place and Davidson Street in College Park Woods, the northwest corner of Rhode Island Avenue and Lakeland Road in Lakeland, the northeast corner of College Avenue and Yale Avenue in Old Town, and northeast corner of Calvert Road and Rhode Island Avenue in Calvert Hills. The present scheduling, obviously the installation and commissioning taking place February 11th through the 13th. Our warning period will move to February 16th through March 15th, and our ticketing, which will go live on March 16th. We've also scheduled 2 upcoming budget listening sessions hosted by your esteemed city manager and our finance director, Mr. Shannon Olive, located here at 7401 Baltimore Avenue in the City Council chambers. Our first meeting will be next Tuesday, February the 17th at 6 p.m. And the next one will be Wednesday, March 4th at 6 p.m. We also have an event coming up with our special events team, our Lunar New Year event. And so just join us for a celebration of the Lunar New Year here at City Hall on Saturday, February 21st from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Admission is free and parking will be free and available during the event in the downtown City of College Park parking garage. That's all I have, and any questions I'd be happy to answer.
Any question for Mr. Young? Seeing none, let's go and approve the agenda. Is there any amendment?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? The agenda has been approved. All right, now we go to the work session items. And our first one is about a presentation on the Restorative Justice Commission's RJC's report to present the initial priorities associated with recommendations presented to the Council on October 7, 2025. And this will be taken by Aaron Brink Johnson, who is the Equity and Inclusivity and Outreach Coordinator. Commissioner Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Aaron Brink Johnson. I am the city's Equity, Inclusivity, and Outreach Coordinator as of November 2025. In this role, I also serve as the staff liaison for the city to the Restorative Justice Commission. I'm joined here tonight by a number of the commissioners who I will turn it over to in a little bit, but wanted to set a little bit of context and framing before I do that. So as a reminder, in October of 2025, the Restorative Justice Commission presented a report, The Way Forward Towards Restorative Justice in College Park, and that contained 33 recommendations for restorative justice action that could be taken in the Lakeland neighborhood. Since October of last year, we have been engaging in a number of prioritization activities. And while all 33 recommendations remain very important, we narrowed it down to a top 15 recommendations. Those are available, I believe it's pages 14 and 15 of the packet. We then further narrowed those 15 down to a top 8. Those top 8 really fall into 2 distinct categories: Lakeland legacy members, as well as advocacy. And so then within those 2 distinct categories, we identified a top recommendation within each category. The top recommendation within the Lakeland legacy members category is to create a designation for the Lakeland legacy members. And then the top recommendation within the advocacy category is to explore a right of first refusal policy for the city. And so with that context being said, I will turn it over to the chair of the Restorative Justice Commission, Maxine Gross.
First of all,
Please turn the mic on, please. Yes. Yeah, thank you.
okay. First of all, I'd like to say thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for both this opportunity to serve on the as the chair of the commission and for the opportunity to speak with you all this evening. I will note that a number of the commission members are with us here, and I'd like to thank them as well for their efforts. This is a process that is a rather complicated one and one that we don't take lightly. We know that a lot of people are depending upon us to make recommendations that will serve the community as a whole and to make good on the promise that the city made a number of years ago for repair for the harms that were created to the Lakeland community. First, I'll say that a number of things have already happened towards the, at least the beginnings of a repair process. Here in front of you are some of the highlights of the work that, and I don't, are the slides being presented? Are highlights of the work that's already taken place in the form of a formal apology, following through to the harm report being completed and the receipt of the report of the commission. So, speaking of what Aaron has spoken with you a little while ago, yes, we have prioritized some of the recommendations of the commission, but it's important that I point out to you that the priority is the repair of the harm. It's not the order of a particular group of recommendations. All of the recommendations are important, and we hope that most of them will be placed as priorities within the city government as a whole. A number of actions are things that can be ongoing priorities of the city and can become a part of the work that is already being done. A lot of the elements are things around education, housing, business development. Those are things that the city already carries out as part of their regular business. And we're asking that the priorities of the commission, of the report of Lakelanders, be placed in the regular work of the city. I'm going to say that the repairs of harm really come under two categories. The first is rebuilding a community, and the second is addressing the harm that was visited upon individuals, either the person directly or to their family member. So the highlights of the recommendations that were given to begin with are creating the Lakeland Legacy Group. The Lakeland Legacy Group is the beneficiary group for any type of programs that exist. So by doing that, initially what you're doing is recognizing that the harm was done, and it was done to particular individuals and a particular community. So what we're asking for is to get assistance from the city's attorney and city staff in creating the Lakeland Legacy Group. We know that it's important that the policy, the regulations that are utilized in setting up the group go through the legal standards that are in place. We know that other jurisdictions have been successful in establishing legacy groups, and it's hoped that you'll utilize those lessons learned from them to create a process that's going to be sufficient for the community as a whole and for the individuals and for the taxpayer. So another element that we're asking be taken to the next stage is the determination as to whether or not the fair market value was paid for properties that were purchased through the urban renewal process. The report of the African American Redress Network questioned the payment amounts, both because of testimony of individual Lakelanders, and also because the deeds recorded prices like $1 or $10. We know that that may very well be a term of art, but it's necessary to understand exactly what was paid and whether or not it was a fair amount. The research to hopefully come to some conclusions on that would require looking into city records and any other records that are available. There may be information in the National Archives that could be opened up to give us some answers on that question. The recommendation is that intern researchers, along with a professor, be both engaged and solicited. Hopefully we won't have to pay the teacher, but we would pay the interns to do that research. The next thing is to investigate the establishment of visual access to Lake Artemisia from Lakeland as it stands today. We don't know what that would entail, most likely taking down a wall and replacing it with some type of a fence. Investigation would need to be made with both what the community would like and also to find out what the owner of the wall is willing to do. It is our hope that the Transit Authority and the railroad, as owners of that, would help to pay for it. And last but not least, we would continue other types of programs that are already in place to help to increase the number of owner-occupied properties in Lakeland. So listed here are some of the things that we would need in order to carry out the development of the legacy member group. I'll also point out that we're requesting that the city's family and youth services provide support in the way of counseling and also guidance on how the process is carried out such that it's sensitive to the harm that was created. Even though it's been decades ago, it's still fresh in many ways. So I will turn it over to my colleague to talk about advocacy.
Sure, thanks. Hi, everybody. Ian Rowe, member of the commission. Oh, yeah. Test, all right. So yeah, as was stated earlier, we narrowed it down to a select few number of recommendations, and specifically a few select ones that we're putting under the umbrella of advocacy. And the first one that we prioritize is to adopt a right of first refusal policies for real estate within the Lakeland Urban Renewal District. So this is one of the recommendations under the restitution banner within the Way Forward report. And a right of first refusal, for those not familiar, is a legal mechanism. The suit is because I came from work, not because I'm a lawyer, so I am really doing my best here on this. But the right of first refusal is really, it's granting an entity, and it would be a government agency or a government entity or maybe even the Lakeland Legacy member group, depending on what fits best. The prioritized right to purchase specific properties before they are sold in the open market. So the idea here would be we could work with the council, the city, the city's attorney to figure out how to engage with certain property owners within Lakeland to look to see if we could just start that conversation about their interest in setting up rights of first refusal. So that was our priority. The other ones we wanted to point out were to create programs which serve the transportation and zoning needs of Lakeland residents. So this would include things to improve access to public transportation, such as issuing a survey to determine the transportation needs of those within Lakeland, and following that, we could do stuff like moving UMD shuttle stops to more to service the community, perhaps similarly WMATA bus stops as well. The city council would also be called upon to explore the creation of a last mile transportation program to assist those that want to access public transportation but have difficulty in that last mile of accessing it. And we are also calling upon us to open a dialogue with WMATA to subsidize transportation for Lakeland Legacy members as recognition of the cost of the community with the establishment of the Green Line through Lakeland. The other ones was to institute an auxiliary dwelling unit program within Lakeland. So traditionally, Lakelanders utilize auxiliary dwelling units as a method of meeting the housing needs for their families and multi-generational. It would allow multi-generational housing utilizing these dwellings. So to restore that, we're calling upon the Parks and Planning, PG County, and the city to explore instituting such a program that would allow community members to establish auxiliary dwelling units on properties they live in, and this would allow for extended families to stay together. And lastly, to continue city-sponsored university scholarships and especially establish a legacy scholarship program at the University of Maryland. So this would be to compensate the community for benefits provided to UMD at the expense of Lakeland in the past. And Lakeland Legacy members would be provided tuition support to attend Maryland public universities, including the University of Maryland. So happy to discuss any of those further down the line. And with that, I will kick it over to my other council colleagues, commission colleagues.
Mayor Fellis. Nice to
Yes, so it's been my pleasure for 12 years and 6 terms to be in your place, thinking about the budget and thinking about how to fund things. And so I get to talk about funding for making things right and addressing the harms done in the past. So I wanted to talk just briefly about 2 significant funding pillars of the work. One would be a city earmark, and that would be for Western Lakeland future tax income. And one of the reasons that's such an extremely reasonable proposition is it's building on Lakeland, so it's future revenues that Lakeland is generating for the city. But it's also it's the Lakeland community that was harmed. And so this is a way of feeding back a significant percentage, an earmark, but modest percentage of what the future revenue from Western Lakeland tax revenue. So that's one. We give a ballpark estimate of $500,000, $1 million over time in that. And so certainly a big chunk of money that is coming from a really appropriate source. The second equally appropriate source really represents East Lakeland and the East Lakeland community that was destroyed, which now is Lake Artemisia and Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission. So our second proposal is the payment in lieu of taxes, a pilot by the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission. This is an advocacy role for you all to work with Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission because they obviously would have to make the decision to do it. But it's fair. For one thing, Lake Artemisia is an amazing amenity for the entire county, for the region, and for College Park, of course, itself. So it's a really thing that gives over and over, both to the communities nearby. It still gives to Lakeland some, but as you heard, the visual part is really another part of the injustice, is the fact that the lake that exists is really blocked off visually and somewhat physically from Lakeland as a community. So those were the 2 I wanted to talk about. Happy to talk further about it, and also just wanted to say that this is also an ask that, just going back to the earliest comment, which is that we see the work forward, is that the mayor, the council, city staff are all working together to identify other revenue sources, and there are plenty of them. And I just mention one, which is an incubator fund, a business incubator to be invested in. And that's just one idea. And I'm sure you all can come up with a number of other ideas, also with other partners, regional partners. So thank you.
Thank
I
you.
guess I'll turn it back to, do you have more, Maxine?
Maxine, do you have?
Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your hard work and the presentation. Before I open up for questions, on the very first item, the first slide, the Lakeland Legacy Group, I think we need to approve that through a resolution and the charges. Is that the same way we did for the RJC? Use the mic, please.
I think what's going to be necessary is to have consultation with legal to find out how best to structure that, and then make decisions on what actual action is taken.
Ms. Anderson, do you want to chime in?
The question that you had, Mayor, was,
So there's a proposal to form the Lakeland Legacy, and there will be some members, and they're going to have charges from the city council, I believe. I'm thinking of the way we formed the Restorative Justice Commission. That was done through a resolution. So my question was, should it be following the same procedure?
I think the structure is going to be somewhat different.
Okay.
This is more a group of people who, I don't want to use words that are inappropriate because I am not an attorney, but who have suffered some harm, and you're recognizing that, and therefore they would be possible recipients of some type of repair because of that harm. Whether that was determined to be best to simply be, you know, a recognition. You get a letter that says that you're part of this group, or whether that is some type of becomes some type of a legal entity. I think we need to confer and figure out exactly what is best and how those would be recognized in a way that is not going to cause problems.
Okay.
I agree. I think it's kind of best that we kind of talk about what we're looking at, assign roles, and kind of determine the best path forward.
Certainly. So certainly we can. We don't need to discuss that tonight. That can happen later on. Thank you. All right.
You had a hand.
I see quite a few hands, and I'm sorry. My apologies. I didn't keep track of who actually raised hands first. So you could probably start with District 2 because Lakeland is in District 2.
Yes,
2
thank
council
you.
members. Ms. Jordan.
Thank you. We all appreciate the work that you've done and for coming here today to present this for us. Lakeland is a gem in our city, and what has happened affects all of College Park, and what will happen will affect all of College Park. We do want to do things that will build up Lakeland, learning from what has made it special in the past that was lost, and bringing those things back to Lakeland and to all of College Park. Multi-generational community gardens, and sustainability and taking care of natural resources, education about the past and for the future, honoring those that came before us and built what we now enjoy, continuing on in that tradition of making Lakeland and the rest of our city a lovely place with a good quality of life for its residents, and being an attractive place for legacy Lakelanders to return to, and for future Lakelanders to move to. And so I just wanted to thank you and say that I appreciate it. I do have a few questions. Do you want to say something first? Okay. So I had a question about the right of refusal, especially the first right of refusal. If you could walk me through that, what that means for the current homeowners. Is that something that that when they sell, they would be, the idea is that they would be required to open it up to former Lakelanders first, and then is there a hierarchy after that you're thinking?
So yeah, you did have the right idea with the idea would be the property that was secured would be open to, we would first, this would be part of the development of the Lakeland Legacy Members Group, but that would be the primary group. And within the report, I do think we outline a hierarchy of legacy members to current residents on down. Mm-hmm. So yes, in that regard. And two, I think the way we envisioned it was less of approaching, for example, private homeowners on this, and obviously more of larger properties within Lakeland, maybe not private homes. But I'm reluctant to speak exactly which ones we're talking about now, unless we wanted to confer with the rest of the commission on it. But I think the idea would be start those conversations, simply ask if they would be of interest. I think some might be pushing on open doors to at least start the conversation. And once that happens, we would hopefully loop in legal to see what public rights of first refusal actually look like. I did some research on this, talked to some people that have experience with this from a legal perspective, and public rights of first refusal are just something that there's a lot less information on. So we'd be in slightly uncharted territory, but I think there's a good story here and an opportunity, perhaps.
I see. For the Lakelanders who would be coming back, is this something that you're already in conversations with former Lakelanders who have an interest in this? I ask because this is something that I would be very interested in. What I don't know if this avenue specifically, but like the different kinds of things we can do to have Lakelanders move back to Lakeland and be part of the community again and make it part of what it could have been.
And that is a lot of the reason that the creation of the legacy group is put up front, is to put the group together and allow them to start to have a say in where the priorities lie. We can kind of make guesses and look at what has been done in other places, but we are pretty much making guesses at what might be their desires. As far as right of first refusal, the county has one now that is built around rental properties of a particular age. And one of the beneficiaries would be a current resident, you know, the person who's renting a house, that they would be able to have an opportunity to purchase. Unfortunately, what happens very frequently, I know in Lakeland and perhaps in other parts of the city, a property owner frequently who is an absentee landlord sells a property without anyone in the neighborhood knowing about it. So by the time they find out that the property is available, even the tax sales have gotten so that that process is closed to the ordinary individual. So this would allow people who already have an interest in the community, be it a former Lakelander or some trust that was established, the current trust, or other identified entity would have an opportunity to purchase, and hopefully put that into the hands of a person who's going to live in the house, be able to gain wealth through it, and be a part of the community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Simmons.
Thank you. Oh, I've got two options. All right.
You're powerful.
I'm scooting over here. Thank you, Kelly. I first just wanted to start by saying thank you all so much for this presentation and what's very apparent, the time that you took to kind of home in from your 33 original recommendations to this list of many fewer prioritized items. I'm sure that was difficult to do, and I genuinely appreciate you taking the time to continue working through this and advising us on how to progress with seeking restorative justice for the Lakeland community. I know I've said this before, but I think we all understand that this is an incredibly important initiative, not only for Lakeland and for District 2, but for the city and frankly, even regionally and nationally. I'm incredibly proud to represent the district that Lakeland is located in, and I just really appreciate all of the work that you are doing on this. I will say also this prioritization is incredibly timely. I know we have an aging community that we are working to seek repair for. And, you know, I absolutely agree with earmarking the Western Lakeland tax revenue. I think that's a really elegant option to consider. And I do have one question for staff, or one request of staff, but I'm curious about the pilot specifically. That's something I would need to learn a little bit more about. Could you provide some information on that?
So sometimes it's been discussed with the University of Maryland for past times where they've acquired property in College Park, and since they weren't going to be generating tax revenue anymore, the idea of a payment in lieu of taxes, and it's a fairly common thing that the city or municipalities everywhere can engage in. Since the county and Maryland National Capital Park and Planning does not pay taxes for Lake Artemisia, it's essentially land, it's College Park land that generates no revenue for us. So that's not obviously the worst thing that happened with urban renewal, because the worst thing that happened was the destruction of most of Lakeland, and the loss of all the homes. But one of the other things is the fact that it's a fairly big giveaway from the city to Maryland National Capital Park and Planning And we're not exactly sure. I don't know that we know exactly like what the transfers and like all the steps that happen from the beginning of urban renewal to where it is Lake Artemisia now. But in some ways, it doesn't make any difference. The payment in lieu of taxes is simply recognize a reality, which is just a great amenity, which gives a lot of value to the county and the region and the city. In some ways, it would be useful to have money instead of taxes. And it should go to Lakeland, the Lakeland community.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much for kind of spelling it out for me. When it comes to the rest of the prioritization, I think all of this makes a lot of sense, particularly having you all talk us through it. I really appreciated the kind of rationale and context you were able to provide, and I'm glad also to see the scholarships for University of Maryland on there. I know our student liaisons have expressed excitement and readiness to pitch in on that effort as well. I think from here, I'm really interested the next time we see this, particularly from city staff, to kind of frame out the funding and resources needed to really make some moves on the Lakeland Legacy members portion of this project in FY27. It seems like that, and absolutely correct me if I'm wrong on this, but that seems like really the next big push for this project. Or maybe one of them. I see Maxine thinking. So absolutely, if I'm wrong on that. But I would be very interested to understand. I know we have some ideas that maybe city staff time and capacity can be allocated to these things. But if we need to bring in outside expertise, whether it's with setting up the process or doing the outreach administration or even the counseling that we have kind of listed here for us, I think that would be really useful to understand how do we actually make the next moves on that portion of this.
One of the concerns that individuals have expressed when we talk about the legacy member process is the concern that it's an empty gesture. One of the recommendations in the report was for a cash payment to individuals who were displaced. I am not foolish enough to think that there is desire at this point to fully fund that. I do think, however, it's important to at least consider some beginning or some token. Be that a particular number that's established at a particular level that is distributed by lottery, or it's done based on a payment to the elders, the most senior elders. I think if a fund were set aside for that purpose, the legacy member group could give their recommendation on how that would be distributed. But I think it's really important to do that as part of a package, and also to consider, at least in a nominal basis, continuing the scholarship program. And those two elements would have budgetary implications.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Thank you. Councilor Mitchell.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor, and thank you all for coming here again tonight. We've been in this together for a long time, and I'm really glad to see that we're here. I guess I want to expand upon, I think my colleagues will bring some very good questions to the table for discussion. I'm really wanting us to, in fiscal year 27, start the process, because we've talked about it for a long time, and it's time to start. And this is what I'm thinking, and help me if I'm correct. The harm does need to be addressed. It needs to be addressed verbally, it needs to be acknowledged, and it needs to be acknowledged to the Lakeland community. Wrapped around that needs to be the process of talking about the monetary compensation, what it would look like, if at all possible, and the legal ramifications. And then last but not least is our former mayor, Velas, talked about Lake Artemisia, talking to park and planning and bringing them to the table. This is also an opportunity for us as a city, because we have a new person who's the chair of park and planning, that can understand from a business aspect what we're looking for, but also tied to that, there are other elements with Lakeland and other parts of the city that parking planning we could probably put together as a package to make it more robust in regards to helping out Lakeland. So if I'm correct in my thought process, let me know, Maxine or Andy or.
I agree with you that any sort of Merrill National Capital Park and assets that are in the county are worth being a part of the conversation. But it is especially appropriate that the Lake Artemisia portion is the one that, to me, is the one that, and we gave an estimate of like $500,000 of a pilot. So. And I think that we should talk about significant money, because it really is an amazing asset, and it really is. It only exists because of the destruction of the Lakeland community.
Correct. And I think the last piece that we need, the fourth piece, would be leveraging our 21st delegation. We have Madam Speaker here to help bring some legislation that will help us, enable us to get the process to the finish line.
Totally agree.
Thank you.
And the state has been moving in that direction, so it's just positive. Thank you. Councilor Hernandez.
So I think I really enjoyed the beginning of what Ms. Gross presented with. It started off with a city promise, right? I believe that the promise, well, at least predates many of us sitting on council, but it was a strategic direction for us all to make the investments both in the research and I think the external consultants and just the overall support we provided to the commission. And I want to remind the rest of our residents, those who may be watching or will tune into this later, that this is the direction that we've taken for quite some time, and I think it's almost at least 6-7 years if I'm following it correctly, for a harm that happened many decades ago. What I would invite my colleagues and those interested residents to participate in is the Commission's walking tour, because one of the things I got from the walking tour is, and thank you, Ms. Gross, for taking us on there, was what it looks like when we don't get it right. I think at one point we were walking down one of the streets and there was this monstrosity of a building in District 2 that could only potentially house 19 different families. I don't know the neighborhood, but I was just taken aback that this, I think it looks like 2 plots of land.
It was a tiny little house, and it's next door to a church, and it's bigger than the church.
It's massive. It is a massive, I don't know, like compound of some sort. It is huge, and it's obvious that we want to make sure that we're being deliberative and deliberate here when we're talking about these different things. I do want to talk a little bit about the legacy members, because I think we're going to need help with that definition, right? Us as council aren't necessarily experts in this particular topic, and no disrespect to our legal team, I think this has never been done, right? So we're going to need to define folks, and I want to make sure that we're careful not to open the city to liabilities, because there might be some people that may feel a certain way or may feel entitled to a particular membership. I would push back on it being an empty gesture. I think it's a distinguishing factor that's rooted in research, right? That is going to help guide us from a policy perspective as to who the individual or groups of families are, right? I'll be very honest and tell you that I'm not prepared to make a commitment to make financial repairs in payment form alone, on behalf of the city. There was many different entities that were responsible here, to include the federal government, to include the state, to include the county, right? And I think that that's what you speak to with regards to the pilot in order to try to bridge it. I think as much as I think I would love for them to pay us in lieu of for such an incredible recreational activity, we have so many different properties that are MNC PPC properties across the city that I think they would laugh us right out of the room. So I only say that to really frame what we can do across the various different decision makers that there are, is advocate alongside you. We're going to need help we're gonna champion on your behalf with, I mean, just alone, I think I wrote here, we're gonna need the state behind us, we're gonna need the county behind us, we're gonna need MNC PPC behind us on these various efforts because they're the decision makers. I believe the ADU discussion is occurring in the Prince George's County, council, right? We don't have land use authority here within the city. So as much as we would love to put out an ordinance that says, hey, we authorize ADUs under these particular regulations, we do not have that authority. That doesn't necessarily mean that we don't have relationships across the various levels of government, but we need to work together in order to be able to testify in those locations. I think where we were successful under the previous council, District 2 council members who are here with us today, they reached out when Governor Moore was making that large bill, right, that was saying, hey, any communities within walking distance to a particular metro stop, I think it basically changed the zoning at the state level. And we got a cutout for Lakeland, right? Because we were advocating on your behalf. We may not have been the decision makers, but we were advocating on your behalf. Those are the sort of things I want to make sure that we stay on top of so that we're not catching it by surprise, days before a vote. So in closing, it is going to require leadership across all of council and every one of us making sure that our residents are educated enough to understand why it is that we're doing this. I think on many different occasions I've ran into some of our constituents who just aren't familiar with what exactly happened, right? Or, memories of my fellow countrymen are short. And it is very apparent these days. But I'm going to need your help to make sure that we're doing that education campaign as best as possible. And I'm sure that the city can get behind and do their own communication strategies and do it as much as we possibly can. But it will require leadership because this is something that's never really been done. So 2 questions. I know I've spoken a lot. But with regards to the funding earmark for West Lakeland, what exactly do you envision doing with those funds? I understand that we would obviously set money aside, but what is the plan of the commission to do with those funding, with that funding pool?
Do you want me to try?
Yeah, take a shot.
Okay. Part of it has to do, I can think of 100 different things that could be done.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it has to do with what projects are ready at a particular time. An obvious thing to do would be to put some more money into an earmark within your housing program that you're already doing around home ownership, to be able to enhance the amount of the grant that is provided to people that come under that legacy category and wish to move back into either Lakeland or another part of the city. That's one thing that comes to mind immediately. Helping to support a business incubator, helping to provide, setting aside a grant program that would support home repairs. One of the big things that happens is that when there is a generational change in ownership, the young person isn't oftentimes able to take on a home that their parents have had for years and years and maybe not have been as on top of the repairs as one would hope. And in order, I can't tell you, I took on a property like that and we spent somewhere between $50,000 and $100,000 in order to bring the house up to a good standard to be able to have people live in it again. The roof, the chimney, the plumbing, the on and on and on and on. So in order to help somebody bridge that gap or to have major repairs done to a property such that they can remain. I could go on all day, and I don't really think you want me to do that.
Ms. Gross, I guess for me, it's just those programs, we want to make sure to get ahead of them and create those programs, or at least in parallel to making those. I know that my colleague, Councilmember Mitchell, was like, hey, I'm good. We're good to move. I think I would only just say we need to start doing the legwork now to create those the programs, right, so that they can then be funded under that umbrella of a line item. Like that way, it's not just sitting in like some like odd space. I understand the intent. I think just from a how does the sausage get made sort of situation, it would be nice to make sure we have those in place so that the funding covers it. The only other thing I would pass to the commission from my perspective, and maybe this is across the city, maybe we look at the various districts that could probably use some additional economic development. But I think that when I heard the stories about Lakeland from Lakelanders, it was a bustling community with different marketplaces and or just storefronts. And I'm hopeful that we can find and identify those areas across the city and that we include Lakeland as a part of maybe some special tax districting to incentivize bringing business back into those communities. That's all. Thank you.
You want to go
Yeah,
first?
well, so if I can just add that, I mean, one of the ideas for the earmark and also the pilot is that it's future revenue to the city, so it's not taking from existing budgets. So I think also just all the programs that we've outlined, that the commission recognizes it's going to cost money
Sure.
to fund those, and so where do we find significant funding, not little chunks of funding, which are good as well. And we also would like to say that these are sort of two really big picture kind of things that we could do. I totally agree with you that a lot of advocacy is really the thing that's going to make this a success, and it's not just the city, it's going to be county, state, and regional, because they all were part of the harm, actually, that we're done. So we really welcome that kind of partnership with you to sort of get more people to kick in. So I just wanted to throw that in because I think that is an important, all the things that you said were really important, and it's really important that the city as a whole recognize that we're talking about the city working together to redress the harms done in a way that's the least painful to existing residents.
And another important thing is that we've laid out a lot of different possibilities around initiatives, and the city already does a lot of things. And I think it's important to look at what is being recommended and look at what already exists and see where those types of things can be either enhanced or tailored to better meet the needs of Lakelanders. Or even there may just be circumstances where folks need to know that these things exist and how they can benefit the particular goals that are being set in place. The other thing is, I know that Mr. Young can likely give you information about some resources as far as assistance with other municipalities that are doing similar work and have already offered support in developing the various elements around the legacy group. So it has been done elsewhere successfully, and those folks are willing to help us. And
Thank
there's
you.
also a group of attorneys that I think we probably need to get you all in touch with that are doing work around this as well.
Thank you. And the only reason that we're able to ask these like super prepared questions is because of your prepared recommendations. So thank you very much, and look forward to continue working together.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We're a little over time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just to address the education piece, the Aviation Museum is opening an exhibition on Lakeland on May 1st, and it is expected to be at the airport for 12 months. So
Fantastic.
there'll be an opportunity for folks to visit for beginning in May and continuing. So that'll give folks an opportunity to learn about Lakeland. And also, I don't have it with me right now, it's behind me. There's Lakeland African Americans in College Park that is available for folks to read as well. And a number of other things that you can find on the Heritage Project website. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I thought we were just going down the line, so I thought
No,
I was waiting my turn.
we're
but-
actually 6 minutes over.
Yeah.
Please make it quick.
No.
Sorry.
First of all, thanks for this really important work. It's not easy to figure out ways to go, and in this last council asked you, these are great, this is enough for 20 years, can you make some recommendations? And that's exactly what you did. It's important, all of it is important, but we have to start somewhere. And so I guess for this work session, I would maybe, so thinking about next steps, one is I see a lot of the stuff is around housing. And I think it's, I don't know exactly how I'm supposed to say or do this, but I'd like to ask our city manager to figure out how we can dive into these housing issues. I think ADUs, as was mentioned, it's something coming up on the county level. We need to, as College Park, send our recommendations as they debate and adopt policy. That's a quicker thing because that policy is supposed to be selected this fall. But I think a lot of these other pieces around housing, if we can have some staff time devoted to looking at that, and whether that's using existing staff or we need new staff around these housing pieces, they're also, I think some of these are also important questions about affordability, for example, for the whole city, but we want to make sure that we also have this focus here on Lakeland. I'd like to, it'd be my preference for staff that we can move forward with numbers 1 and numbers 2 right away in terms of figuring out what it would take to create the new designation of Lakeland Legacy members. You guys, in your report last fall, had a specific suggestion about who would qualify, and I'd like to move ahead with that. And I think that number 2 seems like it, a great piece of research that we can start. Essentially right away to get somebody in there for the fall, most likely, to start some of that research, because I want to see us, we can still talk about all the pieces on here, but I want to see us start moving forward with some, and I think that those maybe are some of the easiest pieces that we could do, and also especially with the housing, with the programs, to see are there ways that non-residents who are Lakeland Legacy members can benefit from can we prioritize them somehow, and some of that will take some conversation. So I'd also like to maybe talk about empowering our city manager to have conversations with CP Cup, for example, around some of the housing pieces from the suggestions from the commission.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any other? Yeah, I don't really want to stop anyone. I know you have great ideas. If it's a quick one.
I'll just be quick. I just wanted to thank you all for the work that you did in this. This report is very thorough, and Mr. Brink Johnson, thank you so much for just going to all the trouble of answering the questions that were sent to you, because it really helped to clarify things for us. And I am looking at this, and I'm writing down, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. And in life, we have to, we have to look at things and see how we can move forward on stuff. And so, for me, I saw we kind of need funding to get funding. We're not going to be able to do these things unless we do them right, and we can't, it's not just going to happen magically. So I really appreciate the ideas that were brought here tonight. And one of the things, I didn't even think of it, that we have youth, family, and senior services, and when you said that people are still suffering, and that people still need counseling and things like that. I didn't even think of that, and I think that that's something, I thank you for bringing that to our attention, but I'm thinking that that might be something that we should consider putting in our next budget, just so that we're building a fund for people that, that need, that have been traumatized by urban renewal. So it's a big thing. It's because there's a big picture, and then there's little parts to the picture. So I'm just really hoping that we can all work together to move forward and make some lasting changes. I liked what my colleague said, that Lakeland is a jewel to our city, and we want to make sure, not very many places can say that they have a community like this. And we want to make sure that the community is going forward in a way that is really making just a positive change for our future. So I thank you again. And I got lots of ideas, Maxine. I probably should send them to you offline. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I take that as your comment. So I see quite a few good ideas, and looks like there are some opportunities of advocacy side. I think lots of work we need to do together as a council and with all our partners at the state level, at the county level, at the park and planning level. Please, I believe we already have that plan, and please work with us, and please let us know what our council can do in advancing those things.
Do we feel like staff has appropriate direction from us in terms of what we want for next steps, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Young, I believe that there isn't any specific.
We will definitely continue working with the commission. We've already been doing some work kind of behind the scenes already, so I think we know it after hearing some of this discussion as well. It's helpful. Thank you.
And Ms. Anderson will be helping with the legacy group, Lakeland Legacy Group formation as needed. So, thank you.
So I think, Mr. Mayor, the question is there enough information for the staff to bring something back to us during the budget work session as items that maybe can be achieved? I think if my colleagues are trying to hear, is that going to be?
Yeah, we will do that. Try and see where we can fit it in the budget. Obviously, there's some caveats to that. We have to have the revenue to be able to put money aside for that. So we have a number of needs. It's not the only need. So yes, we will bring it back for the budget discussions, and so you can have some more information about some of the initiatives and how much that would cost us to do. But I do see that there's at least some agreement on some of the first items that are kind of the low-hanging fruit that we can work on.
Thank you. Mr. Oates, last.
Yeah, I know we're already way over time, but just wanted to say one thing, which was I wanted to understand. Well, first, thank you all for bringing this to us, and we greatly appreciate and echo my colleagues' thanks for your work to prioritize the recommendations for our consideration. I wanted to know if you had views on whether the city should establish legacy members directly versus providing a grant to another organization, be through the Lakeland Community Heritage Project or some other group, to do the actual research or groundwork. I ask because I wanted to understand if your perception is that community members would be more likely to engage if it were done directly through the city versus through a different group.
The way other municipalities have done it is that the municipality makes the decision based on established criteria for the legacy group, or whatever the beneficiary group is called. Speaking as chair of the Heritage Project, we would be more than willing to assist you in any way we can. 100 years ago, not literally, quite a significant number of years ago, the city government did allow us to come in and digitize some relevant city records. I have no idea whether they still exist or not. But we do have things that actually, some of which were referenced in the report of the Redress Network, that states the individuals living in Lakeland who were displaced. So documents like that can be utilized. There's a schedule of properties that was purchased. There are a number of different things that we'll be able to utilize. Things like from the library, you can get city directories. So we would be willing to help you, but it would be up to the city to establish the process, the criteria, and to maintain the list. Now, whether or not there was also created some entity made up of people into that group, that would be for legal to give some recommendation on.
Yeah, thank you. I believe, as Ms. Anderson alluded, earlier that she will be willing to help in with some ideas and working with Ms. Gross and the RGSA teams on that. So we do not know exactly how it looks like, but certainly there will be some guidance. Thank you so much again. I wish we could have more discussion. And I'd like to recognize actually a couple of community members and Restorative Justice Commission members who are here in the room and also have joined online. Thank you for your work. Appreciate that. All right. Let's go to our next work session item. Which is the 2025 November 4, 2025 general election debrief, and this will be presented by our Board of Election Supervisors, headed by Susan Humerick. Thank you so much. Appreciate your hard work.
Hello. I have problems with microphones, as we all know. First of all, thank you to the members of the Board of Election Supervisors who have put in very, very long hours this year in accomplishing a special election and accomplishing our general election, as well as researching various topics that have been presented to us. It goes without saying that the Board of Election Supervisors conducts their work in an open environment, and we appreciate any feedback, any questions from the public, from the city itself, and we are here to serve, and that's just the bottom line. Thank you. In this past year, we had a special election because there was a vacancy on the ballot, and I'm sorry, a vacancy on the board. Excuse me, and that election was carried out as an all-paper election. We did hand tabulation. The city clerk, who was essentially working without a staff at that time, was able to do a lot of printing for us, and you did yeoman service. Thank you. Thank you very much. In that election, we had 4,209 total registered voters in that district, which was number 3. There were 512 votes cast, and that represented 12.16% of the electorate who were voting in that election. In the general election, and I'm kind of going back and forth to the front and the back here, which was in November of this year, there were 16,146 total registered voters, 1,598 total votes cast, representing a voter turnout of 9.9%. And that brings us to some of the issues that we're going to address when we start talking about ranked choice voting in the next agenda item. For operational highlights for the election, this was the first year we employed a group called Clear Ballot, and we selected them to provide scanners, the ballot marking devices, and the tabulation hardware and software for the election. We continued to use no ink poll pads, which we have purchased, and we used the printer Fort Orange Press. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Apologize. Are there any questions up to that point? Because I can go on. Okay. In both elections, we did utilize drop boxes, and because there was an opportunity to provide greater coverage through all of our districts, we purchased 2 additional drop boxes this year, as well as a replacement for a broken drop box. Those each cost $2,000. There are drop boxes located in each of our 4 districts now, as well as there's one at City Hall and Stamp Student Union, which fall into District 2. There's one at Davis Hall and Mom's Market, which fall in District 1. There's one at College Park Woods Clubhouse, which is District 4. 4.
District 4.
And, I'm so sorry, I just went blank there. And then one at Lakeland, at the Lakeland Community Center, which is in District 2. We also utilize a post office box at the Hollywood Post Office for mail returns of ballots. Turn the page, sorry. We had for each of our elections, we had one early voting day and one main election day. For the general election, the early voting day was November 2nd, and there were 284 votes cast. On election day, which occurred at City Hall, there were 717 votes cast, and 517 ballots were received, 564 cast by mail or by drop box ballots. In this year, we did initiate vote 16, and we had 6 ballots cast from that grouping, just for your information. Provisional ballots were handled in the usual manner, and there were 9 from early voting and 18 on election day. Ballot. In your handout, there is a typographical error. It indicates the total percentage of voters is 9.0, and it should be 9.9. Apparently, there was a software error that didn't allow that change to be made. But just for the record, that is 9.9% there. Sorry? Go ahead. You're good? We do utilize permanent vote by mail here in College Park, and for the general election, 384 ballots were mailed to statewide permanent vote by mail voters who have opted to receive mailed ballots from the city, and of that 364, 76 ballots were returned as undeliverable. This is something that the city, that the Board of Election Supervisors has a problem with, because the county will not accept for their records any kind of returned mail that was not generated by the county. So if we send a voter notification out from the city and it is returned, the county says, well, that's nice, but they don't do anything about it. And this is an ongoing problem with our voter rolls that we would like to address in the future, not necessarily right this moment. The process of pre-processing and the canvassing of votes was carried on in the usual manner. What pre-processing is when the ballots that are received in the drop boxes or by the mail are viewed before Election Day, which means we open the outer envelope and make sure that the voter has signed the oath in the appropriate places, that they've written their name in the appropriate places. And then we scan those ballots in as received into the system so that we recognize them. And then at the time of the canvass, those ballots are opened, scanned through the scanner, so that they are recognized in a timely manner, so that those votes are recognized for the election results. Okay? Any questions there? Okay. Discussion points for future elections. There are many. In the coming year, what the board would like to do is develop a comprehensive end-to-end election manual. I was challenged this year to understand the continuum of reports from beginning to end. What does a candidate need to do to say, I want to join this race? To the final, how do we submit reports to the county to indicate that we had a successful election? So all along the line, there are training opportunities. There are opportunities, for reporting, to provide greater integrity to the voting process, And what we do is we actually track the travel of each vote, the travel of each voting machine. You know, we track a lot of things so that in 3 years, if someone says, we question the results of your election, we can go back and we can say, this is how it happened. And what we try to do is, as closely as possible, mirror the city's historical process, so that there are no like sudden changes without there being approval from the mayor and the council for a change in the process. Any questions there? The things that the Board of Supervisors have looked at closely this year are ranked choice voting, which we'll talk about in the next session, if you don't mind. But things that concern us are voter participation, as well as candidate enthusiasm. And I will also get to those topics in the next presentation. But the one thing we really do want to say loud and clear to the mayor and the council is that the use of Davis Hall as a voting location really is no longer a viable option. Anybody who is in Davis Hall on voting day realizes how very tight that space is with the equipment that we use, with the number of judges that we have, the volume of people who move through that room. It was difficult to maintain privacy for the voter. It was difficult to get ADA equipment in and out. People who had wheelchairs and walkers, they were challenged. There was insufficient opportunity for the election judges to leave the room, get a break in their head, and to come back. We actually had to leave the building to go and take a break. And that really isn't the best way to, it's not the best way to manage an election judge's time. For example, when a person works a county election, state election, federal, the election judge is not allowed to leave the building. I mean, that's understood. I mean, that's part of the rules. So the fact that we have to exit the building to get a break is not appropriate. But the bigger issue, it's not so much it's important for us to have a break because we're weary. It's more important that the voter have privacy and have the opportunity to cast their ballot without someone looking over their shoulder, without someone hearing the comments that are made back and forth. You know, this is a private process, and I think we should respect the voters, and we should use City Hall's community room as our voting location, period. It's our most appropriate place. Secondly, when we have to move election equipment, that is a cause for a lack of security of the equipment, of the ballots themselves. Yeah. I know we've done it all these years, but things can go wrong. There can be a vehicle accident. Someone could drop something, you know. But it's important to the Board of Election Supervisors that the equipment be secured, which it can be secured in the community room, that there not be jostling of the equipment or rearranging of the equipment. That doesn't have to happen. We have a lovely room downstairs. It fits the bill, and I strongly suggest that we consider using the community room as our sole voting location in the future. The cost of elections seems to be going down. We spent less this year than we have in previous years per vote, and I would call that a plus for the city. I think we had a sound election, and people seem to be satisfied with the process. So, yay. There we go. That ends this discussion from my point. Does anyone have any questions, comments?
Certainly. Any of the Board of Election Supervisors members want us to chime in?
Yeah.
Or add anything?
Please.
Thank you.
Ruth.
Other button.
I wasn't going to chime in. I just want, we're here to answer any questions you might
Sorry.
have. So,
Thank you. I see some hands. One question I have about the turnout, and you mentioned that we only had little less than 10% turnout, and we spent $56,000, and only close to 1,600 people voted. So I did a little math. We spent about $35 for every vote.
Yeah.
And you suggested something interesting. I think you suggested this before, to make the entire voting process online by mail. Not online, by mail.
By mail, yes.
Yes.
Yes, that was our suggestion 2 years ago, and we suggested it again this spring.
Can you remind us the cost of that process would be if you replace?
I don't have that number with me, and I'm sorry.
Okay. That's okay.
But what you're asking is that if we sent a ballot and a secure ballot, a secure ballot to each of our 16,000 plus voters, there would be there would be cost for printing. Yeah, there would be cost if the voter. I'm sorry. If the voter mailed their ballot back as opposed to using a drop box. If we did that, we certainly could have a ballot drop-off day if people want to put their ballot, in front of somebody's face. That, we can do that. If they want to open their ballot and put it into the scanner, we can do that too. There are many ways to accomplish vote by mail, and what we noticed statistically during the COVID year, when we did send a ballot to each voter, that was one of our biggest turnouts. That year resulted in our biggest turnout, and we didn't have a live voting day that year. So, yeah, it is definitely worth considering.
Certainly, yeah. Maybe we can revisit it if it is less expensive, and if it is something that would mean that we'll have a larger participation. Certainly, you can consider it.
I'd like to introduce Mary Barnes, who would like to have a word.
I just wanted to, for those especially who weren't on the council when we were having those discussions, I think it's important to note that the biggest concern that I remember from those discussions was the voter roll issue that you brought up earlier, was that we have a lot of transient folks in terms of the school, and there was a lot of issue with the voter rolls. One of the things that we've been doing since we've had those discussions is after every election, we take all of these things that have been bounced back, and we're keeping records and updating the state and return mail. We're updating them to cleanse the rolls. So this year we had, folks who had folks on the permanent vote by mail who had passed away since the last election, those kinds of things. We're updating all of those as we get them returned back. So we're not just saying, not our problem, the county has to deal with that. We're trying to be proactive and making sure those rolls are as up to date and accurate as possible.
Thank you. Appreciate your work. I see Councilmember Mitchell and Councilmember Hernandez next.
Thank you, ladies, for your hard work and all that you do. I do appreciate it. I wanted to go back to the point about the voter rolls, because we've had many discussions after every election about cleaning up the voter rolls and making them as concise. And I'm glad to hear that there is a process moving forward, because that is a big concern, because I don't want to see the numbers are skewed. We have a higher number of people who are on the rolls versus how many people are actually in the city. But to your second point about going to all mail-in ballot, I have some concerns about that. I've seen other municipalities like the city of Rockville. They're larger than 3 or 4 times larger than we are. And it would seem to me that the expense would be greater for us per ballot versus those municipalities. So I see us paying more doing an all mail-in ballot election. I don't know if you see that or not.
I think there would be trade-offs. If you have an all mail-in election, then you're going to require fewer resources in personnel. on election day. And face it, it costs money to have election judges. And what do we have? 16 election judges working? 14? Yeah. So we're not cheap dates. There are also the more votes are returned, the lower the cost per vote gets. We're going to make this great expense, okay? But if we get 20% of our voting in, then that's 10% more of the population who's having their voice heard, because they had time maybe to sit at home and look at that ballot and look up the voter or the candidate information. Something that we were challenged with as election judges was people. Although the city does an admirable job of sending out educational materials and advertisements through all sorts of paper, electronic media, you name it. The newspaper. Folks came to the polls not knowing if it was a county election, is it a city election, do I live in this city, who are these candidates? I don't know anything about them. All these questions that were frustrating, to be honest with you, because we have spent a lot of money and time and effort and energy in putting information out there, but people just aren't receiving that information, or at least people aren't inspired by the information that's going out, or nothing personal. The candidate pool, it's just not inspiring people to come out of their houses and vote.
We're not inspiring.
Well,
I'm no longer inspiring candidate.
Maybe we need something.
Yeah,
Maybe we need a new hat or something. I don't know. Ma'am.
So I hear you clearly. Yvette, don't we have information from previous Board of Elections reports about all mail-in ballots, the cost from other municipalities? I would be very much interested to peruse that to garner a better idea of how we match up.
We do. I wrote that down so I can take a look at it. I can find that information and send it out.
Okay, and then my last question, because I know other colleagues have questions. Since you mentioned that Davis Hall may not be appropriate to move forward, so your recommendation would be just use City Hall here?
Yes, ma'am.
I will be quite candid with you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm from the western part of the city.
Uh-huh.
My residents are not going to come down to City Hall. And
have they measured the distance between the two?
It's not even measuring the distance. And I hear what you're saying. You're being efficient and for the city in regards to election. It's just it would take a lot of education, a lot of talking to them in regards to the benefit of doing it here.
Well, perhaps the candidates from that district could encourage their voters to get out and.
Well, there's one and there's two, and we do encourage. But I just think the mindset has always been, in the comfort zone, has always been having Davis Hall as a co-location closer to us who live in the western part of the city than coming downtown. I won't belabor it, but I'm just going to say that's going to be a lot of education.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Hernandez.
Go right ahead.
I mean, I think.
Excuse me 1 second.
Sorry, I just want to say one more thing in response to Ms. Mitchell. One of the things that we did this year that was new was we kind of did, I'll call them like roving drop boxes in the senior high rises. So for those who were on the permanent vote by mail list or got a ballot, we went to them so that they were able to see election judges. We had 2 to maintain security, and they could drop off their ballots in person. So there might be other kind of innovative ways that we could make sure everybody feels like they have an easy way to vote and remove as much friction as possible without necessarily shoehorning us into Davis Hall. Maybe there's even another location that would work. It's just that with the new additions that have been made to that room, it's just no longer a fit.
No,
And just to brainstorm on that one, we could take what we call the mobile ballot box thing. We could take it to the clubhouse. We could take it to, any of the city-sponsored buildings, and advertise that on this day there will be election judges here to collect your ballot, and we will administer those ballots in a secure manner, following all of the protocols. We'd be happy to serve. We want to get people out.
Thank you. Mr. Hernandez, can you wait for, I see Ms. Perez has been waiting. Ms. Perez, please go ahead. She's on the committee, yeah.
Or Alice?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council, and thank you. So I will say that as the newest member for the Board of Elections Supervisor, and I have been an election judge for the county, that I am a huge supporter, 150%, that Davis Hall be removed as a site for voting. And I will tell you why. There's no privacy. There's 88 issues. There's issues for the workers. And listen, I have lived in District 1 for 35 years. So we need to shift, we need to align, we need to be respectful, and we need to look at it all from a city perspective, but most especially we need to look at it from a voter perspective. And Chief Judge Susan just indicated we adapted 3 things this year, which I feel that we were successful. We were successful in bringing a mobile ballot to Attic Towers. We were successful in bringing a mobile ballot to Spelman House. And we were successful in working with the student liaison to have more engaging conversation with all the candidates to have a forum. I know that it's difficult to accept change, but I would challenge each one of the council members, as well as the mayor, to become a Board of Elections supervisor.
Oh, I've been there.
Worker, and see what we go. I've been there.
We're not allowed to.
Okay? So I'm just like a little bad bunny that I would like to challenge mayor and council so they can understand.
That was not
Because
fun. It was
at
not.
Davis Hall, it's very limited.
horrifying.
It's a very tight space. And the numbers of people that come out to vote is not warranted to have this space. And I have been a huge supporter for the Board of Elections supervisor to say, okay, we had a beautiful community room at City Hall, and for the integrity, because you do not realize when we have to transfer the equipment from one station to another station. See, people can challenge integrity.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. You got the comments. Mr. Hernandez, let's go ahead.
I looked at the numbers. I feel like I'm an inspiring candidate.
Oh my God.
All right. So, jokes aside. I'm troubled by the less than 10% of our city's population participating in the elections, of course. But I'm also troubled about the 76 return, undeliverable mailers, right? Because, there's a possibility that those folks just never even went back and said, sure, there could be some people that are gone and are no longer with us, but there could be some people that just have other circumstances, and I'm sure you're all doing the research. But it does give me pause and reservation to shift to an entirely vote by mail situation, just because the voter rolls are consistently adapting. I'm not saying we can't adopt it, like some version of it, but I think I'm more of a traditionalist in the sense of we should keep voting in person. Just from a work session perspective, that's where I'm at from the council. I do want to touch on your recommendation, or I guess the Board of Election Supervisors recommendation not to use Davis Hall. I hear your concerns. That's valid, and I trust your perspective. I think we as elected representatives must speak on behalf of our people, right, and the concerns that we hear on a regular basis. While you may not feel that the distance is extensive, many, many residents have shared with me that they don't even make it to downtown College Park. And I understand. I've heard my former colleague, Councilmember Rigg, and all the other ones say, oh, it's not that big of a city. Okay. But, there are some just mobility challenges, or, quite frankly, there's just folks that just don't travel here, and that's just something we have to understand. So I'll continue to champion for an alternative location and an alternative date that's north of Maryland 193. I think that when you all presented in the spring, the recommendation wasn't necessarily Davis Hall. It was any location north of Maryland 193. You all said, we're not going to use Davis Hall. That's fine. Okay, don't use Davis Hall. Use something north of Maryland 193. I know that the clubhouse has challenges with parking, and the location is difficult to get to because of the parking situation out in my my fellow council members' College Park Woods. But that's what we're asking from you, though. When we're not necessarily trying to shoehorn you into Davis Hall, but there are a number of different locations, including but not limited to the American Legion, the Hollywood Elementary School, what's that? Moose Lodge, right? There's a number of different locations that we could explore, and that's what we're asking for. Because when you say that there's, and this is my rough numbers, and I'm very bad at math, but if there's 700 people that voted here at City Hall, and there was around just close to 300 that voted in at Davis Hall, that's roughly 30%, right? That's 30% of voters that need a location that's north of Maryland 193. I'm just looking at the numbers, right? If one of the biggest concerns is voter participation, right, we need to make sure that those voices are heard as well. And then for the third one, and this is more of a real question. I don't know if the Board of Election Supervisors handles this, but I'm having a hard time with rules as a candidate when running. Is that you all? Okay, so they seem quite old. They seem like they were written very, very long time ago. And this is just something for as a recommendation for the Board of Election Supervisors to explore. But it talks about buttons, pens. You can't give frisbees. It's really unclear. And for me, as we're trying to build out that candidate enthusiasm that you were advocating for, that championing, it's very difficult to do when if I want to host a meet and greet, I have to. But I can't pay for the spaghetti, but I can't also advertise the fact that it's very, very unclear. I think I sent in multiple questions. We can continue to run the same way we do it by littering the streets with our campaign signs. But if you want something new, if you want younger voices, if you want to bring that electricity, we have to make the rules of running so much more simpler and direct. So those are my recommendations.
Thank you.
If I could respond in a backward order. The campaign finance rules are written to mirror the county rules.
It's not the campaign finance rules. It's the city election rules. It's how do you
They're written to mirror the county rules, and there are issues about offering a gift that has value.
Sure.
And I'm with you. I was like, can't give a pen, but you can give a button. It's crazy analogies. And yes, it does seem antiquated. And this is something that we could address when when I get to my next report, when we go to write the election book. That's something that we'll be looking at.
My stomach flips with knots with how the county runs its elections and the money that's used and when it's used and where it's used. So I maybe it was written that way. It's probably not the same now because
we'll be looking at that.
Yes, please and
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And to go backwards about the various venues north of 193, we did not want to have an election in place that offers alcoholic beverages. A lot of the churches that were suggested, don't accommodate Sunday hours, and a Sunday was requested. We couldn't use Davis Hall on a work day, especially a Tuesday, because of the volume of trucks going in and out of the Public Works Department, and that's where they work. I feel sorry for the candidates standing out there on the street, but that's what y'all do. Yeah. You
Thank
can't
you.
be standing outside City Hall either. Yeah. But right there, it is not a perfect world. It's not a perfect solution. But to address return mail, again, the county will only respect mail returns that are initiated by the county. So we can keep lists and we can control our city roster if it's a city mailing. But if the county is sending out voter notification cards, then it's going to go to bad addresses. Hopefully, someone at that bad address will say, "Return to sender," But as we well know, she's here. But as we well know, there are gaps in the implementation of the voter roll cleanup.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We have Mr. Hugh and then Mr. Oates. Sorry,
May I
do you want to
speak,
add
Mayor?
something?
And so I want
Hold
to
on.
go back to this return mail, because we
Thank you.
may have missed some information that we should have included in the report. When we did the special election, there were 656 return ballots. And the county cards that went out, it was 143. There were 76 for the general election. And so with that being said, there's a lot that come out, and there was a lot that was duplicated that we just kept as a duplicate. But we have more than just our 76 ballots coming back and being returned. And we did a spreadsheet, and we made sure that we set it to the side, because I really think a letter needs to go to Wendy Honesty Bay, the director down at the state, because that should be a process with municipalities that they clean up the road of roads, because if we're getting it back, they're getting it back. And another thing I wanted to speak on that I probably don't forgot by now was about the mail-in ballots. And so with the mail-in ballots, as I understood it before, when you do an all mail-in ballot and I want to come in because I don't want to use my ballot, they want to treat it as a provisional, and I think that needs to be looked at, because it should never be treated as a provisional unless I actually wrote on a ballot and make a mistake. And so those are other things that we need to do. And they also should not be canvassed, meaning that they can walk in and use that ballot and we scan it in. Because the reason why you do a mail-in ballot is because you didn't want to come here in the first place. And so then I would say to you all on the fact of, I know we want to do the relocation and we should revisit other places, but what do your people do in the state election when they have to come out, because they don't get a choice? They may have a choice here because that's how it's been done, but what do you do in the state election when you have to go to College Park Community Center or any other special voting places, and it's only in College Park, and then we transfer to the city? And so what choices do you have? And so those are the things. Are you going to do a vote by mail, or you're going to have to come out to a designated place? Because again, it's about us and keeping it safe and keeping it integrity-wise, because when the people transport from clear ballot, it's not like they transfer like the state. The state come with U-Haul trucks. They came with their vehicles. And so they put that stuff in there, but God forbid they left off the parking lot and was in an accident. We have nothing for the election. And so that's why it's important that we consider that it be in one location, because when they pack up and they leave, if something happens, then the whole compromise of the election, we don't have anything. Because, of course, stuff is going to go with whomever comes and picks up their car. And so we want to be proactive in that manner to say that we need to have it, and maybe it should just be done here. And we understand that your folks don't want to come out and do all of that, and we can do something to help them with that, like we did with the mobile boxes, but we want to protect their integrity at all costs when it comes to the election. And that's one of the reasons why we decided to do that, because when we had to pack up and leave, they were literally forcing stuff in their cars. Yvette them got to come with these big ballot boxes for supplies for us, and it was just a mess trying to get everything relocated and come back over here and try to get things done. And so I just wanted you all to know that it's not a big issue, but it's things to take into consideration. Thank you.
We can get U-Hauls too. Like we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But it's good to hear your concerns and for you to hear like where we're at on different
And then
things.
you realize that they don't transfer. So like in the state, when they go back because they got to update and take it off from early voting to election day. When they do it here, early voting and election day is just one complete set of state rules for them, city rules. And so things like that is what we had to consider when we did things around.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Hill and Mr. Oates, we are 23 minutes over. Just to remind you.
Thank you. I just want to say that I totally appreciate and respect the work that you all do, and I'm listening. I'm not happy about not utilizing Davis Hall, but utilizing a place again, like my colleague said, north of 193 would be good. I don't know about Hollywood Elementary, because I heard what you said, you want to use the Legion and the Moose Lodge that serves alcohol and all that, or the churches. So if you please look into that, that'd be appreciated. But I was, something you touched on made me kind of change the direction of my question, but I was wondering what it would look like if, because you mentioned that, I guess, Spellman House or Attic Towers, where you were there in person, where they could scan it, or not scan it, only drop it. Okay, so the option of opening your ballot and scanning it is not an option.
Correct.
Okay, wow, that really changes things.
Thank you.
So, yeah, would you have a suggestion of where would be a good location to have a ballot box where you guys would be present?
We could take one to Davis Hall. We could take a ballot box to Davis Hall. We could have a team there similar in a manner similar to what we did at Attic Towers or Spellman House. What we're saying is the election equipment and the number of people coming through, talking, making their choices, writing on the ballots, is prohibitive.
Thank you.
And would that be able to be done on the same day as the regular ballot elections are done here
No.
at City Hall?
No.
It would have to be on a different day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we could have dates, for different locations the whole week before if we were going to. We only need 2 judges with a mobile box for integrity. So we could that would be part of the education campaign for that year, would be these are the locations it will be.
So what are your 2 big asks of us that would make your role more efficient and perhaps aid in better turnout?
Come to a decision about ranked choice voting and about how to implement it if we do, to allow us to consider an all-male election. You want 2 things. That's 2. Anything else?
Yeah, I think the figuring out the voting for the next election locations is going to be an important one. And the thing that I don't think was mentioned, but I think is important, is allow us to really dive in and bring back to you an end-to-end voting overhaul manual kind of thing, looking at everything from vendor requirements and how we choose the vendors and how we engage them in the judge training and everything end to end, from candidate pipeline through post-election canvassing. And then the other piece is allow us to kind of have a line item and a budget for some of this voter education. Right now, we're doing it all just through city resources existing. We don't have any budget to go out or have social media geographic ads or anything else like that that would help us touch people 11 times with a comms, which is what marketing people say you need to do in order for them to actually hear you. They need to hear it 11 times, 11 ways. We're nowhere near that right now. And so being able to really implement a communications plan as part of that whole end-to-end evergreen 2-year cycle would be, I think, a really big ask from the general perspective.
All right. Thank you.
Would that be achievable in this election cycle?
Well, we're going to spend, it's going to take a few months for us to actually look at the whole end-to-end, but the idea was, yes, that we would develop it as we were doing this election cycle, so we would end next election cycle having a tested model that we could then use evergreen moving forward.
Thank you.
Just to let you know, prior to our last meeting, we were starting to work on this process.
Yes.
And then we had to change tactics to go back to ranked choice voting.
Thank you. All right, so you have two more, Mr. Oates and then Mr. Ranger.
Sure, thanks. First, I want to start again by thanking you for your efforts. I know your board's work is probably among the most important and least recognized in the city, so I wanted you to thank you for the good elections in 2025. I also wanted to thank you and city staff for the responses to the questions I'd sent prior to the work session. I appreciate the city will move forward with posting campaign finance reports to the city website to increase transparency. And also the clarification related to the misspelling of my name on the mail-in ballots in the most recent election and the steps the city will take to prevent vendors from making similar errors in the future. I wanted to clarify your recommendation on mail-in voting. In particular, you just said consider an all-mail election. Is that instead of any in-person voting? Because I think that's what was suggested earlier. I think my understanding is that you would still have early voting, in-person voting, and mail all ballots to, yeah.
We must, by our charter, have an in-person voting day. So it would be one in-person voting day, no early voting.
Yeah, that's what I had understood from the documents that you'd shared, but I just wanted to clarify given comments from others. I think my question on that is how would it impact the administration of elections? Particularly, would it mean that anyone, if everyone received a mail-in ballot, anyone who showed up at a polling place would have to bring the ballot with them or vote a provisional ballot? Is that correct?
They could bring their ballot with them and submit it for counting, yes.
And so that needs to be the clarification, because anybody can get a mail-in ballot, but it's my choice whether I want to vote the ballot or not, or come in person and vote it. And I should not be a provisional ballot, because provisional means I came with the ballot and made an error and I need a new ballot. It doesn't mean that because I have this ballot now, this ballot that you gave to me that came in the mail, I won't vote on this ballot because this ballot is counted for. And so this ballot needs to be discarded. You take it home, you do whatever you want to, but you have to vote on the ballot that's in the precinct in order for it to go through the scanner. It shouldn't be that you come in and you get treated as a provisional, and I think that's where I had the issue, because I think that's what they were doing in the beginning, and I said that shouldn't happen because I don't have to vote a mail-in ballot. I didn't request it. I know that COVID did it and started it with the state and started it probably with the municipality, but the fact remains is that if I want to come in person and vote, I should have that option, whether I receive the mail-in ballot or not. And so I think as a Bose meeting, we have to address how that's going to be handled, because I think that they treat it as a provisional and it should not be. And so that's one of the things that we do have to review.
If I can just add one small point. The reason for going to a provisional ballot after a mail-in ballot has been sent is to ensure that one voter gets one vote. Each voter gets one ballot. And because a person could put a ballot in a drop box, then come in and say, I never got my ballot.
And so,
and vote a second time.
That part is done when you do your canvassing, though, when it's scanned in, and so you would already know, and it should be already calculated in the system to say that you've already voted, and then it turns to a provisional. But if you don't have anything in the system that says I haven't already voted in the e-poll books or the e-poll pad, then I should be able to vote a regular ballot.
Yeah, I think I'll just say I think this is a point that's worth considering further, because I think what I wouldn't want to happen is the city, in order to try to get more people to vote, moves to all mail-in ballots, and then suddenly lots of people show up at whatever voting location and say, "What do you mean I have to vote a provisional ballot? That's ridiculous. I didn't ask you to mail me something," right? So
Yeah,
I think
that's part of that end-to-end look that we're going to have.
Great. And then just to seek clarification on a comment made earlier with regarding the voting at Davis Hall in the last election, the 30% of votes roughly are representative of all votes in the city on early voting day, not just voters north of 193. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Ranker? Yeah, the last
No,
question.
Just more of a comment, and then I guess for city staff. I mean, I think one of the BOES worked hard to get help get voter turnout. They have done a valiant job on that, especially given limited resources. And I think we've identified voter engagement, or I should say resident engagement, all around as an important value for us, and we want to do more. Voting is one of those things, but not the only thing. And I wonder how we might come up with a good plan that does that, so that, right, they're all complementing each other. So there's things that happen year-round. There's things that happen now, even though our election is November. But if people feel like their voice is heard, that they have an input, that, they're engaged throughout the years, they're going to want to vote. So I'd love to think strategically about kind of an all-in-one, multi-pronged approach to that, which I think does also include increased funding for the Board of Election Supervisors to do some of their work.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, please.
So I also want to echo what Councilmember Hernandez said, because I think I was on Board of Election Supervisors when all those things like pens and buttons and all that, because we had to do this thing with the county, and they had all these rules. So I would like to encourage you all to revisit that issue. Ms. James knows what she's talking about just the provisional versus the mail-in. I think we need to make sure that we're doing that right. Provisional ballots are very difficult to deal with. It's hard on the election judges. It's very hard on election judges. It takes a lot of time. And so I think that we need to make sure that the city has a ironclad policy on how they're going to deal with that. I want to thank you for the report. I know the time that you guys put into this and the time you put into the election. I'm not convinced about the ballots having all mail-in, but I know we need to have one day of voting. I too would love to see. I understand what you're saying about the integrity of the vote. I've been there. I actually put voting boxes in my car, and so I understand all that. I think that I would like to see you possibly make a recommendation for a budget line item, so and bring that back to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Take that as a comment.
Personally, I would also love to see more energy invested in how we can engage our voters. If you want us to come up with some more ideas, that would be great. But I would really love to hear what you think your voters need, in addition to what we bring forward, because I think there are some cool ideas now with electronics to help us all communicate better with our districts.
Thank you. Thank you. And you can certainly send those comments to you even after tonight's meeting. All right. Yeah, it looks like
you can send them to the clerk's office, and I will share at the next Board of Election meeting.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So please do not go away because the next item is also yours. And this is about the RCV ranked choice voting. So
Yes.
please go ahead.
We're allocated 15 minutes, right?
Actually, half hour, but we are behind.
I was going to
About
start
an
out
hour.
with the definition of ranked choice voting, but I think we all are pretty comfortable with the concept, so I'm just going to move right along here. The reason that the Board of Election Supervisors is unanimously opposed to ranked choice voting currently in the city of College Park is a multifaceted thing. Our current system, which is often called first past the post, it's just called our current system, but it gives us a very clear majority supported winner, or I should say winners if necessary, and perhaps ranked choice voting could add complexity to solve what is not really a problem here. If you have a district seat available, 2 seats are available, 2 candidates are available, maybe 3. You really don't need the complexity of ranked choice voting to make an effective decision. It's for ranked choice to be statistically effective, there needs to be at least 2 more candidates per seat for those metrics to kick in and be effective. It's not something, if you have 2 seats, 3 votes, no, I'm sorry, ranked choice isn't going to help you there. We consistently have a clear majority in our voting patterns. If we could have more voters come out and add to that majority or add to the complexity, that would be lovely. But as it stands now, we have a thin electorate. They come out because, frankly, what I heard when we had election day, I vote because it's my civic duty. They don't care who the candidate was. They didn't know who the candidate was. They voted because it's their civic duty. I went through it before, and I don't need to repeat all of the questions and the concerns that the voters had about who is my candidate, where am I voting, what district do I live in. Folks, just they're not making a connection between the candidate and the position, and it's not important to them. It's not important enough. Perhaps what they need is a cause, something that lights a fire under them and says, I got to get out and make my voice heard. That's what's important. Complacency, apathy, these things, they just seem to be non-issues around here. I'm sorry, they are big issues, not non-issues. But to move on through this presentation on page 3, do we think that ranked choice voting solves a real recurring problem in the elections, or does it create a new problem without a clear benefit? And that's something that we need to think about very thoroughly. Our first point is that that RCV is I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. The RCV is most useful when there are many candidates for a single seat and not just 1 or 2, okay? The issue of spoilers is not an issue. It's not. Our statistics prove that it is not the issue. In the March of 2025 special election, there were 3 candidates for 1 seat. The winner, congratulations, received about 67% of the vote. There was no need for RCV in that. I mean, it was clear past the post. In the May of 2023 mayoral special election, there were 4 candidates for mayor. The winner received 54% of the vote. Congratulations again. Again, clearly passed the post, clearly had the majority. It was not, we didn't need any multiple opportunities for voting here. I have notes here. I'm trying to hurry through this. I apologize. Down to point 2. Despite assurances from RCV advocates that there are materials available for essentially a plug-and-play manual, there is real cost to College Park to implement RCV. Also, should the state and/or county adopt RCV, it would behoove us to comply with their policies as stated. And I've been made aware that the state is in the process of considering RCV and would like to make a decision by December of 27. So that is a meaningful point to me. A sustained voter education campaign so that residents would understand how RCV works and how their vote is counted is key to ensuring voter trust, ensuring that the voters understand that we are trying to represent them, okay, as opposed to sneaking around and altering their vote. I think in the current national climate that we need to be very clear and very methodical and be very well understood about how the votes are tabulated, how the ballots are secured. It's really important that people understand, that we care about the integrity of this process. Please.
So just adding one thing there about the actual implementation and education, not only cost but effort and how important it is. I think if you look at the jurisdictions that have repealed RCV in the past 5 years, almost all of them cite both complexity and voter confusion and admin burdens and cost as part of the reason why those districts, large and small, Burlington, Vermont, where the voters actually repealed it by referendum, and to Aspen, Colorado, small, to all of New York State, North Carolina State, all repealed their RCV for these reasons. So that all kind of center around that concept of, voter confusion because there wasn't enough education around how it works. So your first choice, even if they're running in the first round, may not win. And, and that's how ranked choice voting can confuse, and why education is so important to implement it and still make sure people trust the municipal elections. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm just going to skip over to page 5 here, talking about the items that are on here. But the city is doing a wonderful job of communicating about elections. I take nothing away from them. But again, what we're saying is not making an impact or is not inspiring the voters. And we need, some kind of advocacy, whether it's the Board of Election Supervisors going to local meetings and say, this is what we're going to do and this is how we're going to do it. Or for the candidates to go to even more meetings than you already attend, I'm sure. We could be at the farmers market. We could be, all over town. We could be at the clubhouse. We could be all places advertising elections. And it doesn't have to be, doesn't only have to be in October of 2027 when our next city election occurs. It could be, throughout the years. And I would rather pace myself than have a flurry in October. But for people to keep in their mind that they are in the clubhouse because the city funds it. And where does that funding come from? Well, it's part of the election process. That sort of pulling things in together and making a story that is meaningful to the voter. I will admit that I'm one of those people who falls down and says, it's working. I don't have to do anything. You know, I don't have to go vote because it's already working. The city's working. It does a great job. But if the city wants to move in a direction that I care about, then I better get up and go vote, you know? There was a question or a point raised, and I'm at point 4 here on page 5. If we used RCV, more people would run. Well, I'm sorry, RCV does not cure a potential problem. If a candidate wants to run, well, go run. Who's stopping you? This is not such a large jurisdiction that, you know, we're going to have, you know, spoilers or, you know, backroom fighting or whatever. Come on, it's College Park. It is a poor argument for RCV to imply that our current system is impeding people from running for office, in my opinion, and in the opinion of the board, I should say. To the third point on page 6 here, RCV does not ensure or encourage an increased number of candidates. You know, the questions remain. What draws a person to run for office or to not run? You know, we can talk about money, we can talk about time, we can expense, but is it an issue? Is it a cause the person cares about? You guys can answer that better than I can. You know, why did you run? It certainly isn't for monetary advancement, that's for sure. But if the city wants more candidates, we could improve recruitment, we could improve our community's leadership pipelines, we could provide clearer expectations of the candidates and the mayor and the council, and we could support those who serve in these positions in more meaningful ways. You know, folks are out there to help. Let them help you. You know, that sort of thing. Point 5. The board, yes. Yes, Ruth, I'm sorry.
No, just in the essence of, for time. It's unusual for the board to unanimously suggest we not use ranked choice voting, and I'm guessing you all have questions, and I wanted to make sure we were able to answer those questions for you, so there wasn't confusion, but you can continue, Susan, if you'd like to.
I didn't hear you, sir.
How many points are there?
One more. One more. Okay. So what we want you to understand, and I'm going to be brief here about point 5, is that we want the elections to be fair. We want them to be competitive. We feel our first responsibility is to administer elections in such a manner, following code, following expectations of the mayor and the council and the prospective candidates. Our highest impact investments right now are to increase turnout, to increase access to the voting site, and to voter education. And for the education component, we would need a budget, and we would be happy to supply that information as becomes available, as we mull it over further. That's going to end my part of the presentation. There is the section 2, and we would certainly invite your questions, but
certainly.
Anybody right now?
No, thank you. Thank you for putting that together, and appreciate all the hard work. I'm going to go to Mr. Ranker first because he is the champion of this RCV on the City Council. But before I start speaking, I want to recognize many residents who actually wrote to us, and those letters are in our red folders. Please take a moment to look at them. And I also see quite a few of our residents in this room and advocates. Thank you. And I've been one of your meetings at the NCPCA about all the RCV. I learned quite a lot. So thank you. Thank you for your advocacy. Mr. Ranker, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I've appreciated having conversation about this. I was disappointed that the report shared did not include any of the data or other studies that were provided by ranked choice RCV Maryland, for example, or other things that I think would be important for our council to consider, because so many of the points here I find to be incomplete or cherry-picked. And I know we have some folks from Ranked Choice Voting Maryland here, including the Executive Director, Michelle Whitaker. Thank you for being here. And I know, you guys know this stuff better than I know it, better than, this is what you eat and breathe, right? Some things have changed, especially since we got the 2022 report. For instance, several council members are new, more than half, or at least half. I should say we've gotten a letter of support of ranked choice voting from the North College Park Community Association. As our mayor mentioned, about 20 residents wrote in support of this. I don't know if that's a normal thing for working sessions, without a single opposed in the residents' letters. This last election, we had the least amount of candidates that we've ever had. With the current formatting. Is that not true? So we've had one election where there's nothing's been contested. So we've had one of the least amount of candidates that we've ever had since 1991. Last council increased the salary of the council members with the hope that would help, remove one barrier or at least help encourage others to run. Like I mentioned, despite big efforts from our Board of Elections supervisors, turnout continued to be below 10%. We did approve 16 and 17-year-old voting as a council as something that we found important to do for our city in terms of increasing the footprint of democracy. We also voted to, in one respect, to decrease the burden on the Board of Election Supervisors by allowing appointments when a vacancy would happen in the council with less than 1 year from the end of a term. Locally, in addition to Tacoma Park, who's had ranked choice voting for a while, Greenbelt voted overwhelmingly to implement it in their last referendum, in their last election. More places around the country are using it, including high-profile places like New York City, for example. Some states have taken it upon themselves to ban ranked choice voting. Those states include Mississippi, Alabama, West Virginia, Wyoming, Kentucky, Oklahoma, Idaho, South Dakota, and Louisiana. Look, it's also really important to have some good data on this. And quantitative data is hard because, there could be other things going on. We don't always know, but studies try to take that into account. But the studies that we have now show that municipalities that have RCV generally have higher turnout. On the qualitative side, this can decrease a barrier, and in fact, for candidates to run. And in fact, I just heard for the first time this week from one of our residents here, directly hearing from somebody who encouraged a resident not to run because it would be a spoiler, because it would take away votes. So it's, we're hearing this, I'm hearing this from residents. I don't know how we could quantify that or somehow get a good study around that, but I just heard that this week, and I've heard things like that from other folks. It would also be good and helpful for us to know that in conversations with the Tacoma Park City Clerk, that the voting machines and ballots would not increase the cost of administering elections. So from that point, it wouldn't over time cost us more money to use voting machines that can tabulate ranked choice voting versus the ones that we use now. I think the Board of Election Supervisors says it's a good tool, but they're concerned about whether it's a right fit here, whether the return on investment is worth it is something that I've heard, whether we meet the threshold, and they've asked us for our kind of responses in terms of what thresholds we should implement. And I think that ranked choice voting is more democratic. It gives voters more ways to express their preferences. I want to also share that I think part of what was stated is not true in terms of ranked choice voting comes into play because in any election, and in fact, since 1991, going back and looking at it, 50% of the council elections had enough candidates that ranked choice voting would be used in that. The only ones you wouldn't use it in are unopposed elections. And it changes candidates' behavior, is what we have seen and we hear from Tacoma Park, from other places. Not all the time, but overall, we've seen that from other jurisdictions. And it certainly changes voter behavior. If anybody here, like me, has questioned whether you want to vote for somebody who, I don't know if they really have a chance, and an election is between just two people, and it's not just partisan elections, it's in primaries, for example. Ranked choice voting would have been great in the most recent county executive Democratic primary, as you know, some folks even voted for somebody who had dropped out by the time election day happened. This stuff happens. This, you know, we should be prepared for things like that. I want to avoid having candidates who could win with, say, 25% of the vote. That's what a winning by plurality can mean. That's our current system. You can have 100 candidates and somebody can win with 3 votes. You know, and that's not the kind of election system I think is fair. It'd be better to have a way to make sure that candidates are the most preferred. Ranked choice voting doesn't solve all of the problems, but I see it as one tool in the toolbox that is worth investing in, along with other pieces, so that we can increase voter engagement, candidates who come out, and ways to engage our city. So there's.
Thank you.
I would, you know, and so I would. My preference would be that we do look at what it would mean to implement the system as a city, and for instance, even though Tacoma Park didn't use any money to increase voter education, they just used their existing funds, I would want to look at how much would be the right amount, again, in conjunction with other pieces to increase voter engagement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hernandez. And
I just want to address a couple of things that he
sorry,
said, if
please go
I could. So the disappointment, Ray, around not including some of the data and reports from the advocacy groups, the reason that we didn't do that was because the data that was there used a wrong denominator that skewed some of the data and made it look artificially more in favor of RCV. And some of the links that we saw, like specifically I can remember the link to the report on the American Bar Association, they implied in their one-pager that it had endorsement of the Bar Association, when the disclaimer on the front page of that report explicitly said there was no endorsement to be inferred on that. So we were trying to find more neutral sources as we were looking at the data. I'm sorry that you feel that they are cherry-picked, but we were really trying to not look at the red states who banned them, or look at the advocacy groups who were using advocacy speech, but really trying to find both the pros and the cons. I think we've all come to the decision that when the use case matches the municipality or the government that's using the RCV, it makes a lot of sense and it has a lot of benefits if the investment in voter education is there to underpin that, so that voters don't get confused as the votes come out and they know what it means, and they know how to change their strategy from gaming it because it's majority wins to gaming it because of the structuring of the ranking. And so I think most of us to a person are really supportive of the state and the county both looking at it as a tool. I don't think with 1,500 voters, 50% of all of the races that have happened since 1991 have been uncontested. And I think 6 total of the 95 races that have happened since 1991 actually had both seats having more than one candidate. So if you're looking at there's 3 candidates, but you get to choose 2, there's only 1 loser. So that still means like 1 seat's kind of uncontested. But looking at it from 4 or 5 people for those 2 seats, there's only 6 in the past 95 races. So that's kind of the other piece I wanted to mention was that the increased cost that I think we're all concerned about is not the machines. We've already had a conversation with Clear Ballot, who we used last year, and their machines will support ranked choice voting. So it's not about an increased cost of the actual election administration. It's all the underpinning to make sure that that type of election style is understood well by the voters and there's no confusion or loss of trust in our election process as we move forward.
And I can just add that I couldn't agree more in that. I just think our folks knowing in this conversation that that's not an added cost is something important. I would also like to add that you can't retroactively look at election and say that ranked choice voting wouldn't have made a difference because, again, candidates act differently and also voters act differently when there's ranked choice voting. So even though as you said, if there's only 3 candidates, it still very much could impact the outcome of an election, or at least tell us more about voter preferences.
Thank you. Mr. Hernandez?
Okay. I just want to start off with, I think every election process has its flaws. I know, and just a little bit of the research that I did, I mean, first, thanks for giving the perspective of the board. I didn't think everyone agreed about everything on some of the recommendations that we were going back and forth on in the previous item, but I find it striking that you all have come together on this particular item. Can I just say, it feels like you all have very individual personalities on the committee and very unique perspectives. So it's unique to see the fact that you all are coming unanimously on this particular item. I want to also make sure to note to anyone who's listening, to everyone, run for office. There should be no barrier for running for office.
Thank you.
Run against me, run against my colleagues, run against the mayor, run. If you spoil the vote, the election results are the will of the people, right? It's absolutely what you should be doing. I don't care if you have a little bit of experience or no experience or all the experience. Just run for office. I went from a hard no to just let me listen. And that's what the advocacy groups have really kind of accomplished in talking to the different residents and coming to the NCPCA. They've done such hard work to make sure that we're listening. I don't think there's a lot of convincing yet, that has happened, but I know a lot of people have either changed their minds or really articulated their position. I think the most recent victory in New York and in Greenbelt probably stand out as prime examples as to, hey, we should be listening. With that being said, I think the education and participation would give me further pause. I've had a number of people tell me that I was their very first vote ever, right? And even then it was an intimidating process because they just don't know how to vote, right? At one point someone came to me with their voter registration card and they're like, I voted for you. I was like, you didn't, buddy. Let's work through this, right? These are real stories. This is complex, and we need to understand that. And it requires a level of education that many people who haven't really participated in the election process understand. So I think there's room for education, but I really don't want to stop the progress that we've made by getting people to vote by just changing the rules of the game. With that said, I really don't feel like I know enough, and I'd prefer to hear from the public. So I don't know where the body is, but if we do, I don't think we should make unanimous action. I think we would want to hear more from our particular districts to see what we would do before even moving forward.
Before going to Mr. Hill, Mr. Hernandez and two others, and I like your idea getting more feedback from the community and the public. And something the city of Greenbelt did, they put this question to referendum, non-binding referendum. Is that something
I don't know how
you
much
might be
that costs.
interested?
I don't know how much that costs. I don't know if this is something that we are at that point of doing. I would suggest more hosting some sort of when we have a town hall or some sort of our own district discussions in District 1, you take the time to talk specifically about this topic so you can hear from your residents, because it's kind of an unwieldy like recommendation, and it would change the outcome of our elections and our elected officials, to Councilmember Rinker's point, right, from here on out. And I'd hate to be in a position like North Carolina or some of the other cities or states that went and then had to revert back because the people didn't understand and the elections were negatively impacted.
Okay, Mr. Hill.
Yes, thank you. So my issue is that this is an advocacy group that doesn't have an opponent. And not that it needs an opponent, it needs to tell the whole story for this location. And this is the third time in my time you guys have come before us on this. And the first time it was new. The second time, our election judges had an opinion. Now this is the third time, their opinion hasn't changed. There is some value, I would say, in certain circumstances. It is a tool for larger elections like county or state. And the best argument I heard in all this discussion for ranked choice voting would be that it would prepare our residents for the complexity of ranked choice voting when it comes to this county or state. However, the county and state has a larger budget and resources to implement that. I don't want to put that strain on our very wonderful, hard-working election judges after they made their points of why it doesn't hold enough value to make this change. I think that I'm not against education of it, but I think both sides need to be heard. And that's why I was beginning to feel a little bit upset that this is being jammed and jammed and jammed in one direction on us. Now you guys are on the third time here. I've seen it at Civic Association, I see it at Board of Brew. It's just how much of this, pushing on us when we already said this isn't going to work here. I respect your efforts, but I think a lot of us need to be listening to our election judges, because they have the full picture of what happens in an election cycle in this city.
All right. Thank you. Do I see any other hands? Ms. Simmons.
All right. First, I just wanted to thank you all for all of the work that you clearly do. You seem like a very small but mighty team. I know handling 2 elections last year could not have been an easy feat. And I think getting some of the nuts and bolts of all that goes into our elections in the previous agenda item has been just really insightful, and I appreciate it so much. And on top of that, you are providing us with this report, which I'm sure also was indicative of a lot of time and work. So when it comes to ranked choice voting, I do want to preface that I am not predisposed either way. I know we've been hearing in public comment quite a bit recently about ranked choice voting, and I understand from Mr. Hugh now that this has come before us a couple of times, but for me, this is new. So I do appreciate the conversation very much, and I particularly appreciate the residents that we have heard from as well. I know that it can be really difficult to engage with your local government, and the fact that you have cleared that hurdle and you want us to hear what you have to say, I don't want to make light of that either. So I appreciate the work that the board has done, and also our residents who clearly are animated by this topic. So I did think that a lot of the information in the report was really interesting. I definitely agree with some of the conclusions, including the support for accurate, trusted, and secure elections. I think that is something we uniformly probably all support. And also dedicating resources, again, to free and fair elections. I did want to note that I think the report for me came to some odd conclusions as well. I know we've talked a bit about voter education, but the report says it calls College Park a city where many voters struggle with the basics of voting. And I absolutely respect Councilmember Hernandez, his experience with some of his voters. But I would say by and large, that has not been my experience. I think we have a really thoughtful and educated electorate, at least on par with surrounding municipalities. And some of the questions that were listed as kind of indicating these are the reasons that we have an uneducated electorate, I've encountered many of those questions in my jobs in nearby municipalities. You are always going to have people call up and think they're within the city because their address says College Park, but they're not actually. And you talk about, okay, here's the difference between administrative boundaries, and here's the difference between what the post office is doing. Wouldn't it be so nice if they agreed, but they simply don't. I also don't know that our residents are particularly different than the residents in jurisdictions that have adopted ranked choice voting. So I did just want to call that out. One of the other ones that I thought was a little bit odd was the specifics about the not yet criteria, which are found on page 38 of the agenda packet. These are what the Board of Election Supervisors recommend as kind of a framework and threshold that needs to be crossed before we can consider ranked choice voting. These seemed so stringent as to perhaps like fully preclude us from even considering ranked choice voting. So that kind of raised a flag for me as well. I did think that one of the biggest strengths of the report was really identifying areas for further funding and additional resources. Ms. Barnes, I was so glad to hear you call this to attention in the last agenda item because that came through really clearly, and I am hopeful that we do see these items included in the city clerk's budget for FY27. But when I think about, these are actually, I think, on page 32 of the agenda packet, says these same resources could be used to increase outreach and turnout, improve language access and accessibility, strengthen poll worker recruitment and training, modernize existing systems and communications. I think those are probably things that we all want to work toward. But it seemed like pitting them against this policy change was maybe creating a bit of a false dichotomy. So my big takeaways, it is very clear to me that the Board of Election Supervisors is not in favor of ranked choice voting. So I appreciate you all for being, like your clarity in getting that across, to the point that sometimes the report even read in tone and structure as a bit of a position paper. It was very clear you have a position here. But as I said, I also know this is an animating topic for many of our residents, as expressed in, as our mayor said, the letters that we've received. So I feel like I've heard a bit of both sides, but at the end of the day, I still need to do a bit of my own research. So I was going to say it would be useful to have a bit more information about the actual cost, because it says expensive a number of times throughout the report, and I wasn't sure, like, what is the dollar amount? I think I understand now that most of the cost comes from voter education and not from the actual systems themselves. So I think that, for me, has been answered. So again, I thank you all. I thank our residents as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to kind of, in the spirit of education, right, just to kind of respond to a couple of things that you said. In terms of the difference between the different districts that are local to us, a lot of them have at-large council seats, or only have one seat, one vote type of election structure, which is different from our district representatives with vote up to 2. So there is a little bit of a different that changes the use case there a little bit, unless, at least from our perspective.
No, I'm so glad you're saying that. At the ranked choice voting event that was held a couple of weeks ago, which I caught just the tail end of, that was the main thing I asked. I was like, I understand this is different when you have 2 open seats in the same cycle. So I need to kind of wrap my mind around how that changes the use case. So you're exactly right. That is one area where I'm like, oh, I need to go do a little bit more research there.
Yeah. And for the when do we play with this, that was just something that we put there as a starting point for discussion to try to make the discussion productive, not as a, like, this is the only time that we'll consider it or change our mind. It was really just because we couldn't get anybody to, it was just putting it out there as a starting point for that. And then in terms of pitting things against each other, it really was just looking, I think we had an estimate from the advocacy group about $16,000 a year or an election cycle for education. And since we're starting from a baseline of zero budget, it was really just a discussion of prioritization as to where we're spending the board's time and effort and where we're spending whatever limited resources in terms of money that we do get. We won't be able to do everything. So is ranked choice voting the top priority, or are there these other things that we could prioritize over top of that until we meet some threshold where ranked choice voting becomes we become a really good use case for ranked choice voting. So that's kind of the thought process. I apologize that it came across as more combative than it intended to be.
And I just have a point of information. The dollar figure, when asked, Ranked Choice Voting Maryland representative stated that on average, jurisdictions are spending about 80 cents per voter in their district. And so that's kind of where that came from. It was in no way a recommendation that this is how much it should be or that this is the right number or wrong number, but just kind of, again, giving some comparison of what other jurisdictions do.
Thank you. Ms. Jordan?
Hi, I also want to echo my colleagues' thanks for the Board of Election Supervisors and all the residents who came forth. This has made it easier to see a fuller picture. We understand that there's an advocacy group, and we understand that there's a group that's going to have to implement, and the expertise that you bring to it with everything that you've seen in the elections. We appreciate both, all of you together. One issue that I have is with actual ranked voting itself, that it, in some ways, we talk about splitting votes, or we talk about a spoiler vote. But I would argue that the same thing can happen in ranked choice voting, that what happens is if someone finds that the slate of candidates do not represent them except one that they're very in favor of, they would like to vote for that person, but they won't be, their vote will count less than people who have multiple people that they want. Additionally, if someone does need to put someone in second place, we don't know that they're actually preferring that person or if they just have to put someone. And so I don't think that, I'm not persuaded that it better represents the will of the people. And so that's my concern with ranked choice voting. In addition to the things that you've mentioned as far as the logistical issues, I would also say, as far as confusion for voters, that I have a lot of empathy for people who are actually struggling. Like no matter how much education you give, it just isn't going to reach everybody in our voting population who currently vote about how this new system would work. And so I have a lot of sympathy for those people, and I think that it would either discourage them from voting at all, or that they would vote in a way that wouldn't actually represent what they feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Oates.
Thank you, and I'd like to share what some other council members have said in noting both appreciation for the report and the clarity, as well as thanks to residents for engaging civically and sending in their public comments. I'd also just note, like others here, I'm new and I think still interested in learning more and continuing the conversation. I think what I've heard from the Board of Election Supervisors is that this doesn't make sense for given our voting history, but at the same time, I think there's this broader point for us as a city of, are we happy with our current level of civic engagement, both in terms of voter turnout and number of candidates? And you also have told us that we're not happy with that. And so I think thinking more broadly about the tools in our toolbox, I think is something that we should certainly do. And so interested in continuing the conversation.
Thank Thank you. Any other comments?
I'll just go quickly. So I've been on council for 6 years, and I also served on Board of Election Supervisors, and I've kept a very open mind about the whole RCV, and I've actually sat in on MML when they had it at MML and talked about it. And we're living in 2026 right now where there's a lot of distrust. There just is. I mean, whether we like that or not. And I think that making the voting process more complex is not prudent at this time, as much as I see, I've listened to the ranked choice voting speakers, but I also know that many of our population, it would be very hard for them to grasp this. Democracy is not a math problem or an algorithm. And I was on Board of Election Supervisors when we went from paper to technology. And that was really, really a hard sell. And it was really hard on the Board of Election Supervisors. I mean, it was. And so I was even threatened. So I don't want that for our Board of Election Supervisors. I don't want us to make their job harder at this point. They're being open-minded. They're not saying never. So I think that we need to respect what they're saying, that they've studied this. This report was very to the point. It was very clear. It was easy to follow. And I'm saying that maybe this is something in the future, but not now. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I heard from most of my colleagues. Most, I said most. Unless you want to talk
Okay,
to
so I listen, and when I listen and want to speak last, I have to listen to everyone else and see what they say. Being on this council for a long time, I can't believe it. I have seen elections where it was no one. I have seen an election like 2017, like it was pounding the pavement from beginning to end in the rain that year. I thank the Board of Elections for your candor, and I appreciate your report. I appreciate my Councilman Rankin bringing this to us. I was a staunch no for many, many years for ranked choice voting. But as I get older, maybe I'm getting wiser, I hope. I think it's time that we do need to start talking about, in a broader discussion, voter engagement. I'm in District 4. We have the lowest turnout in the whole city. When we used to have close to percentage of District 2 and 3, there is something wrong. Knocking on doors is not doing it anymore. I'm not getting the message anymore about what voters may be wanting or hearing. I think it's time for the city to make a pivot, to look at the broader aspect of voter engagement in regards to education, but then in regards to what can be done, if possible, if we are primed and ready to look at ranked choice voting. If it's not in the election coming up, maybe it is a ballot referendum. But we have to dig deep in to figure out what we need to do to get voter engagement. Because I'm just disheartened to see the percentage. If you can't sit on this council, we can't get above 10%. We haven't created a solution to the problem, then I'm the problem. And I don't want to say that because I think I consider myself a value-added council member. But we have to figure out something, and maybe to pivot to continue the conversation, doing a deeper dive to talking about voter engagement at our community meetings. We have to keep bringing it up because it's not getting any better at all. So I'm not saying I'm all the way there, but I'm willing to be open-minded to have a conversation, because I'm very concerned for not only my district, but for our whole entire city. We have less than 10%. And the day of the election, people are calling you after the election. I didn't know the day was the election.
Thank you.
That's
Appreciate that.
So a referendum could increase voter engagement and turnout.
well,
No.
it did in 2017, and trust me, that was.
That's the reason I was asking, should we be putting this to the referendum? I'm honestly speaking, because oftentimes when I asked for the voters, and they said, why should I be going to vote? Because we already know that, who is going to win. So if you have additional questions on the ballot, that might attract more. I'm serious.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think we need to consider it as a ballot question right now. We as a body need to understand it first before we go talk to our community residents. Because if I can't explain it to them, and what's the point of us talking about a ballot referendum?
Yeah, we
need
still
to
have
do that.
time to put in because the next election is not this year, but next year. Sorry. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to respond and say that you set up the last page of the report really well in your conversation, because I think one of the things that we recommend as a next step is for us to look at some of the other levers that can be pulled in the city to increase some of this voter education and turnout. And we listed a few things just off the top of our head in the report. But my suggestion would be for you guys to ask us to continue our thoughts and really develop a report that can come back to you guys with some various levers that we can then discuss in more detail.
Mr. Mayor, if I could add, I would appreciate that. There are 27 municipalities in Prince George's County, and we're about the lowest in percentage of voter turnout. Yeah. And we're the second or third largest municipality in Prince George's County. We really have to think about our mindset.
Thank you.
Yes, agreed.
Ms. Howard.
I'm sorry, Ms. James had a comment.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, I went to the Board and Brew and I listened to the conversation, and when I came out, Mr. Ranker, because I'm not going to say Councilmember Ranker because he was in there in the capacity of being a citizen. But one of the things that I said to him is that I don't think it's a good tool right now, and that's not to say that we can't do it later. But the thing also is that we always got to consider the people that has to go into the change. And so a lot of times in workforces, as I shared with him, people make decisions, but they don't include the people who actually have to do the actual work. And when you talk about things, something on this level, again, it's about the trust, as we said, integrity as well. But I want everybody to be inclusive. I don't want this to be like we're against you all and we don't want this to happen. We just don't want it to happen right now. But I also want to say that I'm glad they brought it to the forefront. The state is looking at it. The state is on a different level. I work on both sides of the field. I work for the state election and I work on this election. And so when we talk about changes, if we make the change uniformity, maybe after a state adopts it and we do it, then there's more leverage for me to be able to learn and be able to train other members, because I'm going to get it from the state firsthand. I'm going to learn firsthand what has to happen and how we can make changes and do modifications here. And the other thing I wanted to piggyback on is that there is a cost that's associated. There was a cost that may have been quoted from the groups here, and there is a cost associated with Clear Ballot, whether or not it's something that has to be changed and tools and things that has to be redone. But there are costs associated. We're just waiting for them to present that and get that to us. And they also spoke to us about Virginia as well and how things do in Virginia. And so they had a lot of things that they had to do differently. But as far as reporting all of this information that they have to do, of course, it may not be hard, but there's a different practice in what we have to do when we're learning how to do it. And so those are the things I want people to also look at and see, that it's not just you all making decisions, but the impact comes back to the people that do the work.
Last note, hopefully, take heart when you talk about the municipality not voting, having some of the lowest voter turnout. I really believe if we're able to tidy up our rolls, it'll actually be a higher. So that's a very important thing that we need to work with the state and the county in doing, because we have such a turnover of people in the city.
Last words, Ms. Homrich?
Just one little thing. In speaking about what is applicable, you can use the analogy. There are certain traffic rules that are applicable at a racetrack, and there are certain rules that are applicable on Rhode Island Avenue. Not the same rules. And so what may be applicable in the state of Virginia or the city of Arlington is not necessarily a good fit, the right speed for the city of College Park. And we need to be mindful of the scale of the change and who will be affected by this change. You know, will there be equity issues that we need to be concerned about? Will there be voter exhaustion issues that we need to be concerned about? Such things. And
Thank you.
That's what we offer to look at.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the discussion and all the engagement, and thank you all for your advocacy. You never know, it might come back. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. So let's move to the next. Thank you so much. It has been a long conversation, and keep up the good work.
Y'all too. Thank you for your work.
All right. So we have 3 more items, and we are 1 hour behind. The next one would be the reintroduction of the discussion to review Chapter 125, Section 10J of the City Code, which limits lawn heights to no more than 12 inches, and Section 141-8, maintenance of adjoining rights of way. And our Director of Public Services, Mr. Coker, and I see our Code Enforcement Manager, Mr. Sparling, is here. Should be. No, he's not here. But he has. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Dutch Nagelvoort.
Thank you for joining
Assistant
us.
Director, Public Works.
And thank you for patiently waiting. I know it's been an hour. Mr. Coker, do you want to kick it off?
Yeah, just bear with me for a minute. I'm just
Please.
looking into that item.
Please take your time.
No, I think okay, right here. Good evening, Mayor and Council and residents of College Park. The item beforehand relates to the reintroduction of the discussion to review Chapter 125, Section 10J of the City Code, which limits lawn heights to no more than 12 inches, and Section 141-8 that deals with the maintenance of the adjoining right-of-way areas. We brought this item on September 2nd previously, and this is the second discussion on the same topic. I think one of the tasks that was given to us and what we gathered in the last discussion was to take our discussion and the feedback to the 3 main committees, B-City Committee, Committee for the Better Environment, and Landscape Board for City of College Park. As far as the court's side of this discussion goes, is our role is to make sure that the way the present law says that we enforce it, that anything that goes beyond 12 inches of the lawn height, we have a code enforcement issue that we have to address. But the way the present environment is thinking about resiliency, making sure that we are environmental friendly, and we are taking care of the best natural resources to be kept in the city. At this time, I'm probably going to ask my colleague here, Jonathan Nagelwood, who is the Assistant Director with DPW, and he handles the technical aspect and the operational aspects of this particular item.
Good evening and thank you. We've worked with primarily B-City Committee and Committee for Better Environment. We've received letters that should be in your packet, their contribution to and recommendations. I've also included the application for the Pollinator Habitat Recognition Program as a step in introducing the pollinator program as an option to having a lawn. And it has grown in popularity and has also created some situations with code in being able to identify and differentiate and for homeowners to differentiate between lawn and pollinator gardens. And we'd like to be able to have a set list map that identifies these properties that say we are a pollinator, we have pollinator gardens. They're going to grow over 12 inches, and so they will be easily identifiable to code enforcement. Be able to differentiate between turf that for, let's say, a rental property that's been neglected somewhat, trying to take advantage of the No-Mow April, and then code going out and having somebody just say, oh, I'm participating in the pollinator program. Well, you need to participate in the recognition program, and we will, and we're working out the logistics for further operation on how to get that all identified and worked out. And that's where we stand right now, is being able to work out. I've put out that maybe we get members of these committees out and help to identify these properties as part of the recognition program. But that's just an option that's been and will be explored. I have a B-City meeting that I liaison tomorrow night, and so I'm going to see what their feelings are on that. But that's where we are right now, is that's our current status and our progress report.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, move to extend.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed or abstention? The meeting is extended. So we have a rule that we must extend the meeting if it goes beyond 10:30. So that's what we're doing. Please go ahead.
I would also like to add that as recent as today, we have received some feedback from Councilmember Hugh, and that was like, personally speaking, as a professional, that was too much for me to digest. And to be fair, and to be fair, I think we need to give quite attention to what was shared with us. Some of that information was new, some was for I'm revisiting myself because I have heard that before with the related topics. And I think to be giving a justification to your feedback, we really need to think through that. And even more important than that is that we share that detailed information with B-City and Committee for the Better Environment. I think B-City folks have given us the feedback. I have participated with Mr. Nagelwood previously on a couple of those meetings, and we got great feedback. But I do want to categorically say that I think I was looking at the recommendation letter that we got. that language that they have suggested is a lot more subjective that I'm used to as a regulator and trying to run, like a code enforcement department per se. First thing was like that 12 inches thing has been eliminated out of it. I see a lot of issues within my operational thing. I have, 5 to 7 different people, code enforcement officers. If you don't put that thing, you are not going to be consistent and fair in implementing that law that exists on our, codes right now at this time in our city code. And the feedback that we have gotten has requested that we remove that language. And right at this minute, I think I'm at odds with it, because I think to work as a code enforcement officer or as a regulator or trying to negotiate certain disagreements that come to me and even to my supervisory staff or the managers within my department, that will be a very, very difficult situation to deal with. Because obviously you want to be fair, consistent, transparent, and open-minded with your people that you are trying to enforce the regulation for your residents and the business owners. I'll just leave at that, but I wanted to share that thought with our council members here. I really want to appreciate Jonathan for shortening this recognition program application, and he has done a great job in kind of making it more objective and easy to deal with when people are trying to recognize it. We spent almost close to an hour earlier today with my staff and Jonathan's staff and discussed at length how we're going to operationalize should we come to a point where we're going to be engaging into some language. And of course, we haven't delved into deeper discussion and what-if scenarios with our city attorney yet on this one. But I think we are on great track, and we are on the right path. And we always try to, see ourselves, if I'm the violator, how I would feel. That is my standard to go with when I'm trying to make any changes into the regulation. I think that's enough said on the idealism that I have in my mind. And we do need to meet with the reality check on this issue.
Thank you. And I see your recommendations on page 49 of our packet. There are 5 bullet points. There are still your recommendations, right? I see that at the end of the packet in the cover page.
Yeah.
Page 49, 049.
Okay.
Yeah. In the meantime, is it Mr. Hernandez first and then Mr. Hill?
Yeah, just very quickly. First, I want to thank both DPW and DPS or Department of Public Works and Department of Public Services for working together on this. I know that it's like right at the bureaucratic line, right? Of hey, this is in the code enforcement and like just perspective to the landscaping perspective. I really, really appreciate it. Mixing the expertise is something that's incredible. What I really, really want to thank you all for is for working with the committees, right, who are so deeply invested in this, and of which we have a lot here in College Park. It's important to understand that many of these committees represent a big will of the city because we're environmentally inclined, right, here in the city of College Park. I'm just going to tell you what my ideal situation is with how we deal with pollinator gardens, and then maybe just 2 things for you guys to have thoughts so that you guys can mull it over. Creating the recognition program is absolutely the way to do this, because there's maybe, I don't know, I can think of off the top of my head 8 property owners who are deeply invested in this, right? They're PhDs, sometimes 2 PhDs in one home, like that are super invested in making sure that there is a pollinator garden for those particular situations. Now that's not just 8 properties. I think in an ideal situation there would be some sort of post, like a physical post that identifies this particular household as a pollinator garden. It can be in the top can be in the shape of a bee or a butterfly with a QR code that talks about the program of pollinator gardens. Because many people walk around here in the city of College Park. It would be nice to be like, what is this? And they can look it up on their phone, and it'd be fantastic. I do think that there should be regular registration, because so many properties turn over that like you kind of, I don't know what the timeline is. I leave that to you all, but it would help keep it regular. I think two of the things that I would want you all to think about, or I guess three, is let's start off with the right-of-way, right? The right-of-way, as I describe it in my head, and probably as city code does it, is the space that's between like my personal yard. There's the sidewalk and there's a weird space, right? Like I have seen some of that across the city growing like a pollinator garden. Fantastic. I think that's great, but it also creates kind of an issue with regards to visibility, and overall, it's not really your property. It's it's the city's, and I know that that's a mixed space there. So please just take that into consideration. I did see the letter from the committees. I was concerned, or it gave me pause, that the 1 foot like height has been removed from the recommendation in the language for this particular ordinance. I understand pollinator gardens like provide a service to the city. I'm concerned that if we take off the distance, right, it could get really unwieldy. So I really do not suggest that we do that. There's a lot of different concerns that we could get into, and I'm sure we could argue them at nauseum, but I think a foot for a pollinator garden is pretty good. But I defer to the experts that look at this on a daily basis. One of the concerns that I do have that isn't, I don't know how to tackle it, is what if the yards around you are perfectly manicured, and then one yard specifically, your neighbor, has this particular concern, right? Or has not a concern, but like has this particular choice of yards. How do those people get to voice their concerns? I don't really know. I think where I've landed as a policymaker is the city is inclined to have more environmentally friendly policies. This is one of the policies that we as a council have to give you that strategic direction. For the record, I am in favor of leaving the space for environmentally inclined pollinator gardens to be one in between 9 perfectly manicured yards, but with measure, right? Another concern that we have talked about as a council is, were we going to do it in the front yard, backyard? I don't really know, but I give that back to you so you can handle it with the committees, because I think the last time that we talked, we were only going to do the backyards. I think I was pushing for, it doesn't matter what yard, it's your yard, but I didn't see any recommendations in this week's packet. If I missed it, I'm sorry. I think that's it.
All right. In order, right-of-ways. We have talked specifically about right-of-ways, and that thinking that ground cover probably ought to be the way to go, ground cover or turf. And that overgrown, I use that term loosely, pollinator areas in the right-of-way not only restricts access from curb parking, but also sidewalks with, people traversing down there and may be exposed to bees, etc. And, just hanging over an area. So keeping that clear, and also for Department of Public Works being able to get trash cans and bins in and out, it would make that a less obstructive operation. The 12-inch height, I think, I agree. I agree that the 12-inch height for turf should be kept. And then we talked about in definitions, I see here that buffers, that we have buffers from sidewalk to pollinator gardens. So there is an area there that is not been obstructed. So you have a buffer area of ground cover. Maybe your right-of-way, your curb, you've got ground cover, you've got sidewalk, you've got ground cover, and then you've got your pollinators, which are obviously more elevated. Then we go to the one property that stands out among manicured properties. You know, it's a mindset. You know, you've got these neighbors of yours that have PhDs and are very prideful of their pollinator gardens, you know, but you have a next door neighbor that's as prideful in their manicured lawn. So, you know, it's just a different mindset and, you know, having options and tolerance and education. I think that's going to be the bottom line on this. And finally, the identification aspect is that training where I may have a trained eye or someone on a bee city committee or will be able to identify turf that's 12 inches tall and black-eyed Susan that's 12 inches tall. Code enforcement has not had that education and experience, so these committees in our conversations have said, hey, we are here. We can do education workshops with code enforcement, and there are apps available to be able to walk up, snap a picture, and hit identify, and you can really take care of things relatively quickly. So I hope that's answered your concern.
Yeah, just really quick on one of the buffer thing. Just so everyone knows from work session perspective where I'm at. If it's on your yard, it's on your yard. That's your property, baby. Like I don't, from a government perspective, want to get on it now. But if you're, let's say some of this vegetation is hanging over and blocking the sidewalk, or just hanging over the sidewalk to the point where you have to like adjust yourself as a pedestrian, I think that's where you can, that's where you're crossing into the public, right? So that you can do the buffer. If you could have it right up to your line, if you somehow put gel on it, I really don't know, but like hold it back so that it doesn't hang over, it's still your property. But the rule should be, I mean, that's where I'm at. Like, I really hesitate as a government to touch your property. So.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Mr. Hugh, but I do agree with the right-of-way restrictions, because I heard similar comments from other residents. You actually added a couple of other issues, especially public works crews having trouble in picking up the trash carts and others. The gardens look pretty nice, right, when the flowers bloom. But in fall time, like in September, October, some of them are not maintained, and that is the time when I hear complaints from the neighbors. So I don't know. I know we haven't seen the language yet, but I'm sure there will be some language about the maintenance of the garden for the whole season, not during the gardening season, but also after gardening season, the cleanup and everything.
Again, I think that's also part of the education process, because what we have usually are perennials, and these are plants that go through a life cycle. And so with the fall frost, the plants, will die and go to seed. Those would be the annuals. The perennials will go through their cycle. And so, yes, there is a maintenance aspect there. And can be unsightly.
Very unsightly, yeah. And we hear quite a few comments.
Yes. There's a gray area there about to be addressed and to be thought about. And again, I think education.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I see Mr. Hugh and then Mr. Oates and Mayor Protem. Do you have? Okay.
Okay. First off, I apologize for my long, detailed email. That reflects 17 years of working for the entomology department, and for many of those years working for the apiary at the University of Maryland. I was known as the honey guy, honey man. When the dairy store used to be on Route 1, we used to sell our honey there, and I would be the one to deliver the honey and provide it, for the residents to take advantage of. And also kind of take credit for the NOMO April. And my comment on that is that, and for those of you who don't know it, is that when it became, before I brought it before B City and actually did the legwork of bringing it to College Park from Appleton, Wisconsin, which was the first U.S. city to utilize it, replicating what has been done in England. The original was NOMO May. After experimenting for a year with my own yard, I realized May was too late. It should be NOMO April. But as time and environment, warmer climates, global warming happens, it became evident that it should be a low-mo month, not April. It could be from mid-March. It ultimately should be from mid-March to mid-April. And again, that's where education is needed. The purpose of this no-mow or low-mow is the minimum one can do to help the pollinators. It's, but it needs education. It's a conversation starter of what I can do or what are you doing. I like what my colleague said about having a sign that identifies that this is what you're trying to do, and education on a QR code. I think that's one of the things that go hand in hand in this. The big takeaway from this is that pollinated gardens, xeriscaping needs to be intentful. It needs to have clear borders. That's how your code enforcement can identify this. It needs to be mulched or have gravel. A lot of the efforts of these xeriscaping and pollinated gardens is to reduce lawn, to reduce water, reduce herbicides, pesticides, that all go towards maintaining a lawn. But at that same time, it doesn't give you the leeway to just let it be a mess. And like Mayor Kabir was stating about in the fall, how it can look unkept. Well, there's a reason why people leave it that way, because there are certain native pollinators that burrow into the stems. You don't want to discard them. But at the same time, you can cut them down and leave them in place so they're preserved there. So there, again, it's intentful practices with clear borders, not impeding on line of sight for vehicles, being able to see safely around these plants, especially like on a corner or something. Gaining entrance or exiting your car when it comes to the curb. Again, setbacks with clear borders. I'll just simplify this and say, please take a field trip to Howard Lane here in Old Town. One side of the street is manicured lawn. The other side of the street are xeriscape pollinator gardens as front yard practices done the right way. That can be your example. That can be your work towards your guidelines. But when I see right now that you're more focused on doing an application for participation in NOMO April, I think that as you make that effort, it should be low. We need to change the campaign to low-mo month, which isn't just April. It would be from March to mid-April. It's when, again, education, and we do have bee hotels around the city. When you start seeing in March the native pollinators, the leafcutter bees and the mason bees emerging, that's why we're not mowing, so that they have resources that are in your lawn to feed off of when not many other things are blooming yet. Once you start seeing things like eastern redbud, which we see all over the place, bright pink, it pops out, azaleas, there are many landscapes. We know that there are food out there for them. There's flowers out there now, and it's okay to mow your lawn. You don't need to wait till the end of April when it's unsightly and harder to mow. So again, I think as we move forward, especially with an application, we need to revisit the concept. And it's all about being a conversational start for a catalyst for what you can do for the pollinators. And this is like the first step that you can do.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
And just one last thing. We need to be intentful with what we put forward about just maintenance of these pollinator gardens, because we have a high concentration of rentals in this city. 71% of our single-family homes are rentals. A lot of them are student rentals, which have a high turnover. You can't get away from the 12-inch.
Appreciate that.
Those need to be maintained as well.
Thank you so much. Mr. Oates.
Thanks. I think appreciate staff being here with us late. I think to some extent, my view on this is that we need to disaggregate between a few different issues. One is about No Mow April, which is about people not cutting their grass. And there's a separate question or issue about pollinator gardens or plantings on what would have been front lawns on an annualized basis. I see those as two separate items. In the month of April, they come together as a problem for you all. But I think I would just I think it'll help us to separate those issues, because the way the city code is written, like, a pollinator garden generally wouldn't include grass or weeds, right? And so if what we're saying is no grass or weeds 12 inches or higher year round, well, if you have a pollinator garden, you probably have something other than grass or weeds. So, okay, that's fine. So I think, I think if this is the right form, like if this is the form for registering pollinator gardens or if it's for registering for No Mow April, and I was a little confused by that. I would also just say in general, I think as a bigger picture question of how the city engages with residents, I will say I'll admit I'm not in love with the form center. And I think to the extent that you could pursue things through, for example, the College Park Connect app as an easier way for residents to submit information to the city, that could be one option to look into.
Thank you. Mr. Ranker.
Yay, College Park Connect app. Agree. No, I thank you for this. I think you heard us in terms of we want to support environmental pieces like reducing turf overall. I agree with Councilmember Hugh. Intentionality is important. And I think really it just boils down to there are some folks who especially want to do things that are helpful for the environment, and they know about it and know which plants to plant and how to do it. There are others who want to do something helpful for the environment and don't have time or the knowledge to really kind of do it in a well thought out way. I think that's the category of people that we need to especially be thinking about. And then there's people who, like a few doors down from me, have a short-term rental, and they just really don't want to pay anybody to mow their lawn, right? And so we want to make sure we don't run into issues with the third one, but we want to help, I think, the folks in the second batch to do it. So I think, that's where I would even think about, are there ways not only that we can inform, but help people get a hold of the native plants that might be helpful if they want to go this route? Thanks.
Thank you.
I'll be quick. I think what my colleagues have said tonight is very important, and the bottom line for me is that we live in a community, and we need to be mindful of our neighbors and considerate of them. So, of course, we don't want to have our plants growing where they could trip over them, or they could, have another issue with them. But we also don't want to give license to people to not care for their lawns, because it's not fair to your neighbor if you're not caring for your lawn, because it's unsightly, and it also, the spread of weeds and disease and in the lawns. And one of my residents brought up to me that when we do let grass get too high, then there's, you're giving places for different kind of insects that can be, detrimental, like biting insects and things like that. So I support the form you made, and I thank you for it. I guess I'll be filling mine out, and just support the whole idea of trying to help our environment. I think you can do it in a mindful and neat way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other questions, I think staff, do you have enough guidance about the possible changes to the ordinance, right? That's the next step, I guess. And it'll be coming back with some changes, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
I think we have
Enough.
good feedback here, and
Thank you.
yeah, I think we know where we need to go.
Thank you. And thank you for your work with the committees,
you.
B-Cities committees and CB. I know it's not easy. It's lots of going back and forth. Thank you so much. I also want to recognize our wonderful DPW director, Mr. Marsili, and also our arborist, Mr. Wigglesworth. Thank you for coming and joining us. Appreciate that. They deserve more than that.
Motion to extend. Motion to suspend the rules to extend.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, any abstention? Mr.
I
Rank?
say no. Mr. Mayor owes us something from Starbucks.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Jithinder, Mr. Coker.
Thank you, everyone.
Certainly. All right, let's go to the second to the last one, right? Actually, it's third to the last one. Discussion of, it's a PMC thing. And now Mr. Wigglesworth's time. And Mr. Marsili, are you going to join as well? Please, we want to see you. Please come forward.
Good evening. Hi, my name's David Wigglesworth. I'm the city arborist, and I'm here tonight because the Department of Public Works and the Tree and Landscape Board would like to have a tree inventory for city trees and park trees in the city, and a urban forest master plan to help us manage the city's trees and our urban canopy of the city tree resources. So to do this, I've submitted an application to MNC PPC for a PAMC program. That's a Planning Assistance to Municipalities and Communities program, for them to write us a grant and to make the funding available for this project. And they've indicated that they would do the project and with my assistance. And so MNC PPC has informed me that they will need a resolution from you all to support this project.
Thank you. So that is the recommendation. I mean, there's, I believe,
Can we
It's
put
great.
it on-
Let's support it.
Put it on. Can we put it on consent for next
Yeah,
week?
yeah, certainly. Certainly. I don't see any opposition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Wigglesworth, can I ask a quick questions, and I'll be very brief.
Absolutely.
I know about
No, Mr. Mayor.
30 seconds. Tree Island Landscaping Board, TLB. I think many months ago they told us that if we have this designation or sort this tree canopy assessment, then this might help us in asking the new developers to plant trees within the city boundary. I think there is some kind of relationship. Can you speak to that?
Okay.
Okay.
So it's an urban forest master plan is what you're thinking of.
Right.
If we have a master plan, then it may be possible for the city to get some of the fee in lieu money
Right.
from the county, because for certain projects, there is fee in lieu money available for tree planting, but the county has, from what I understand, requires to have a master plan.
Right. Yeah, that's the keyword. The master plan would be helpful in getting that designation or rather that power. Thank you. Thank you for your work.
Good evening.
All right. You have a question?
Just one question. Would the amount of money that the Parks and Planning proposing, the $80,000, be enough?
That depends on the bids that come in, and it could be more, but they're going to write the grant in the way that will hopefully get the funding.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thanks for your work. Keep up the good work. Thank you for your patience staying with us. Thank you. All right. The very last one, and this is the legislative report, and this will be presented by our wonderful city lobbyist, Mr. Lucci. Thank you for staying late. Pretty early for tomorrow's meeting.
There you go. So the Maryland General Assembly just finished the first quarter of its 90-day session. We're all looking forward to the halftime show, however that's going to be. Yesterday was the deadline for Senate bills to be introduced to be guaranteed a hearing. This Friday is the deadline for House bills to be introduced to be guaranteed a hearing. So there's been a whole deluge of bills that have been introduced that I'm trying to go through every day to see what might affect College Park. The most important bill, of course, in the legislature is the budget bill, and that was introduced just under 2 weeks ago. And counties were hit pretty hard. A lot of their responsibility for paying school system pensions got shifted from the state to the counties. That's a big hit they were not expecting. Cities, however, I shouldn't say this too publicly, but cities were not hit hard under the budget. The governor kept his pledge not to cut highway user revenue to the cities. And so he should be given a lot of credit for doing that. So how did they balance the budget? Because the governor is required to submit a balanced budget, and there was a $1.6 billion structural deficit. The state historically has a bunch of dedicated funds because they did not used to have the power to increase the budget. And so they would create these dedicated funds to make sure the money went where they wanted to go. And so the governor looked at all the dedicated funds, and anyone that had a balance that was not being used, they converted that to transferred that to the general fund. And so a lot of these dedicated funds have been zeroed out and will now have to regenerate funds. There's some big bills that have passed early on in the session, which is unusual. Usually the stuff kind of gets saved to the end. The big bill is to prohibit what they call 287 agreements that allow localities to have agreements with immigration and custom enforcement to say that no, we enforce criminal laws, you all enforce your civil citations for immigration, we are not going to assist with that. That is headed to the governor's desk. There's a second bill that says that utility ratepayers should not be paying out of their rates the CEO's pay. That would have to come out of general fund, out of their stockholders' funds, but not from ratepayers' funds. And then the third thing you've heard about is the House of Delegates passed a midterm redistricting for members of Congress from Maryland. And that's another area of contention between the House and the Senate. Both the Senate President and the House Speaker on the first day of the session said the top issue for this session is affordability. And there have been proposals on energy prices, grocery prices, healthcare prices, and housing costs. But unfortunately, if you look at the arc of the last 50 years, none of those prices have ever gone down. Some of these proposals may reduce the increase in those prices, but none of those are really going to put more money in consumers' pockets. So that's the struggle they have in dealing with that. Finally, I want to tell you that just in the past few weeks, all four legislators representing College Park have all asked me individually, please let me know if there's something that I can do to help out the city of College Park. And so every Tuesday morning, I meet with all the other city lobbyists from the state that are brought together by Maryland Municipal League. And I'm the envy of all those lobbyists because of our speaker from College Park and our appropriations chair from College Park and our local government chair from represents College Park and our Senate Vice Chair of Budget representing College Park. And I say to them, well, okay, you may think I'm the envy of all of you that we have these folks representing College Park, but just think about the expectations that it creates for me. It's really difficult, and it causes me a lot of anxiety at night. So there is that situation. Anyway, I just want to kind of give you a thumbnail of where we're at. I know it's late. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Good, thank you. It's good news that HUR, Highway User Revenue, is not cut or touched. Councilmember Mitchell.
Good evening, Lynn, and thank you. And I'm gonna make this quick too. One question is about the street lights. Do we hear anything about that? Will cities have to absorb that?
There's a bill in from Delegate Dylan Beller, the newest and youngest, well, one of the newest delegates, the youngest delegate, who has a bill in to allow for cities and counties to acquire the street lights from the utility companies, and that they would be responsible for the maintenance and to pay a fair price to the utility companies to acquire those. Mm-hmm. That's the option of the municipalities and counties, that they're not required to do that. And if they make a proposal and the energy utility company cannot come to an agreement with them, they can then use condemnation procedures to acquire those streetlights. So that's an option, and obviously nobody wants to be first because they want to see what happens, but everybody wants to be second. So we'll see what happens to the bill. It's an interesting bill. It's gotten a lot of response in terms of people thinking about it.
Okay. And do we need to take any action in regards to HB 708 municipal election, HB 357 municipalities election dates, reporting requirements? Is there anything we need to be concerned about?
I'm working with MML. They're taking the lead on that. Okay. I think their main position is going to be, don't tell us what to do. We're doing things just fine. They don't really need to. If there's no, this is a solution in search of a problem. But I'll work with them, and if they need our help to work with our folks, we could do that. But they're taking the lead, but we are monitoring that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Mackey.
So I might have missed this, Mr. Lucci. So SB 463, I'm kind of not understanding why this is being put forward. So repealing the authority of municipalities to prohibit vagrancy. So it seems like another take away municipal rights to govern themselves. Am I understanding that correctly, or am I not?
No, indeed you are, and that's been the response, and I don't think the bill has much of a chance as a result.
Okay, that's good to know. Another one that I don't really understand, and it's not, you don't have a date on it, but I'm a little confused on SB 179. Like, that's the one where you would, the speed limit would be by 495. So any roads that, let me see, I'll read it to you. Requiring the Department of Transportation to conduct a study on the implications of requiring the speed limit to deviate by only 5 miles per hour at locations where a highway in the state connects to Interstate 495. I don't understand that one at all. Like,
it's kind of weird, and I think neither the state nor the county nor the cities are looking favorably upon that either.
Okay.
What's the point of even?
I'm going to let my other colleagues comment. I don't think I have any others. Thank you.
But we'll monitor that as well, but I don't think it has much traction.
Yeah, thank you. Any other question? Ms. Mitchell?
I'm sorry, I just have one more, Mr. Lucci. PG 40826, that's the one, the special rate for vacant and abandoned properties. You think it's going to go anywhere, or just?
I think it will. It's sponsored by it's requested by the county executive, and the whole idea is if you they're doing this in Baltimore City, if you tax it much higher, then it's an incentive to no longer, to develop the property and no longer have it be vacant and blight the neighborhood. Of course, Baltimore City doesn't have a tax cap like Prince George's does, so that's why they needed that legislation, so they could go above the trim tax cap to tax those properties at a higher rate.
So how would this benefit us in College Park?
I mean, I don't know that College Park has a lot of abandoned properties. I mean, you know, you go to Baltimore City and there's blocks full, or even Hagerstown and Cumberland, but you don't really see that in College Park that I know of. I mean,
well, we do have a vacant and blighted properties.
We have a committee. We have an advisory committee. They're looking into it. Vacant and blighted.
So properties. We could use this, if it passed, we could use this as enabling legislation for us to help us.
It actually only enables the county. I mean, if you want to, we could see about getting amended into it. If it's
piggyback on it. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you so much for continuing to keep up with all the chaos going on in Annapolis. I know that it's a lot. I think the last time that we spoke, one of the things that I had raised, I think it wasn't a part of like our original discussion, but since they're asking, I really want to emphasize and ask for additional funding to the youth service bureaus, specifically the one here in College Park. I think last year we received $100,000 with some additional funding coming from the county. The county is not going to be putting funding towards our youth service bureau. As a part of the 21st delegation, you have the city of College Park and Laurel as being two service bureaus that receive funding. I think we're the only one that still receives state funding, but I would advocate that we would get additional state funding because our College Park Youth Service Bureau is one of the only ones, I think it's the only one of the 5 that are across the county that provides the wide range of language support. A lot of the families that are experiencing challenges right now due to the uptick in immigration, whether who have legal status in this country, are being impacted negatively. I mean, I'll be very honest with you. Like, I'm having a hard time with just watching the news, right? Like, I myself don't use our Youth and Service Bureau, but I've had to seek additional stress relief because of just all the things that are going on. I can only imagine that there are some families who are of legal status who have been directly impacted, who use these resources. I've heard stories from our residents. I'm asking explicitly to double our funding to $200,000 to the Youth Service Bureau.
Okay, I will make that request with our representatives, and I'll also coordinate with the lobbyists for the Maryland Association of Youth Service Bureaus to see what
Thank
he's
you.
working on.
Yes, and I mean, and in your discussion, you can, like, the data points to how our specific bureau, it has the capacity to support Spanish-speaking families. I mean, amongst all the other families, and they're not just here in the city of College Park. They're serving so many of the surrounding areas, but it's the only facility that has the capacity to do it in English and Spanish. So it's obviously a huge priority for many of the residents and neighbors that I help represent. But if that ask keeps coming to you, I got an answer for you. So thank you.
Good, thanks. I'll follow up with the city and get some more background, but I think that's a really good pitch to make.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Seeing none. So we have our next meeting is on February 24, right? Is there any letter of support we should be putting in based on the report we have in the packet for any of the bills? Normally we send many letters.
Would it help if we sent a letter on behalf of the Youth Service Bureau?
So letters I was talking about in support of the different bills in the committees, but yeah, certainly if there is something, if you can update us any proposals about the Youth Services Bureau, we can certainly send a letter. If that is helpful for your advocacy, we can do that.
Let me check what the status is, then I'll request some background information, and then maybe I can help draft a letter.
Sure. I'm so sorry, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize to my colleagues. I know it's late. We in the past have asked for funding for the completion of Route 1, the Part 3, Chapter 3, Tier 4. I don't really know. But basically, the northernmost end
2 and 3.
Of Route 1. That's an additional opportunity, right? Because it's a state highway. I know that we had a good amount for the design or the engineering. I'm not that smart about this.
Design
but
and
if
planning.
we could get whatever remaining funding to execute, it'd be fantastic. I know specifically there might be a study needed on that, like, Cherry Hill intersection, because it is disastrous. Or if not a study, then an execution. I'm sorry, I wish I could give you more specifics, but I know that it's been an ongoing discussion, Mr. Lucci.
Right. And I think, I have to check, but I think design and engineering is in for the Consolidated Transportation Program, but not construction, which is what we need. So let me look into that and talk to our reps about what they could do in that.
I just know it's not only important to us, but to the one flagship university, because it's the corridor into the University of Maryland, right? Like, why not do everything we can?
It is our main street, yeah.
And
So
I have a great relationship with the new University of Maryland lobbyist, former delegate Jazz Lewis, and so I could work together with him on that.
Who also used to oversee the Youth Service Bureaus. She was it was a big passion project with him.
Right.
Yep.
Speaking of the Route 1, Phase 2 and 3 design money, I think they gave us, not us, but put in the budget, a state budget, a CIP budget, about $1 million, I think, last time we checked. And they wanted to come to the community to talk about it. Can you find out what is the status of that? Because
I'll check on both of those, and
Okay.
I'll report
Thank
that through the city manager.
all right. Anything else? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Lucci.
Thank you.
Keep advocating us
Great to see
for
you.
us. Keep up
This
the good
more
work.
intimate setting here, why not?
Thank you for your patience. I know it's pretty late.
Sure thing.
All right, so let's go to the status of the future agenda items. I think I saw a couple of applications, online applications. Who will start first? Mr. Ranker.
ADUs.
ADU, yes. Yeah, and
Yeah, they will be talking about it. I was thinking about that. I'm not sure we should have separate. Maybe we can wait until the task force report comes out.
As long as we're sure that it's going to have some specific recommendations around ADUs for College Park, then I'm fine waiting. But again, we're on that tight schedule with the county making decisions, so I want to make sure that we don't miss the boat.
Certainly. And there are a couple of others who are there. Sorry. Ms. Simmons or Ms. Jordan?
Oh, did you want to go?
The letter, right?
Yes. Another one is to write a letter in support of funding Paint Branch Elementary School Chinese immersion program.
Certainly. There's no brainers.
I'm a parent of one of the children.
Second.
Thank you.
All in favor with your exception? That's okay.
Aye.
I'll say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Just so I understand, we're not voting in a work session, or is this? This is my first time on.
It's put into the agenda. It's kind of a straw poll. It's not a vote, formal vote.
So it wouldn't require a second. It's just, is there support to put it?
That's the way
I'm just asking for clarification.
Maybe from yet.
You do need a sec. He's asking a parliamentarian question. It's new, right? So, as I understand it, in order to add an agenda item, this conversation you need a second, right? I thought that you did need a vote, but I guess not.
You need consensus, no.
But you do need a second.
I think we're following Robert's Rules of Order, right? Probably.
We're fine. We
We're fine.
want to make sure that this goes on to the agenda.
So on the February 21st, can I put it to consent, right? Yeah, there's no objection. No, she will need to recuse herself at the beginning of the.
But based on our expectations and things that we talked about in the retreat, we can put it on consent, and somebody would have till Tuesday at 1 to pull it off.
Okay.
So I think we could.
So
start
let's
there.
put in the action then. I think if that makes it easier for you, Ms. Allen.
I mean, you can just.
I think if
we've done it both ways. We've done it where you put it on the consent agenda. We have the council member make the disclosure of what item they are recusing themselves from, and then you vote on the rest of the agenda.
So you need to pull it out of the consent agenda to do that on that particular item. You don't need to. Okay. Okay.
We'll keep it on action.
Okay. You do what you think is the best, and we'll follow you. Not a problem. All right. I believe there's the third one.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Hobbs.
I'll just say on that, it's probably better to put it on consent, because then the indication to residents is the expectation that it will pass versus having many people come testify on an action item. So just from a messaging standpoint, putting it on consent. The third item was for me, recommending that the city send a letter in support of Town Center Market.
Town halls. Town center.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. And it can go in consent, right, as well? Okay. Yeah. Thank you. All right. That's all we have.
Motion adjourned.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed and abstention, we are adjourned. 11